Yeah, here we're at it again, episode 8. In the previous one I installed this cooling system and the advanced furnace, and the cooling isn't strong enough for my taste, so what I want to do now, I want to double it. I already printed the necessary stuff, including materials for an airlock, because that I think should also happen. And actually more than I need. I've made another heat exchanger and 4 extra powered vents. Intentionally, I assure you. We will need those at some point. Right, and then I was about to install another light, hence the making of cables. I'm slightly angry, though I understand the problem with copyright, of course. I'm still thankful for this platform and how easy it is to even slap some songs in there by radio, and YouTube will detect them and will tell you, yeah, they allow that to be on YouTube. That's cool. But still, there was one now that caused the video to be blocked in all territories, and then I thought, okay, then just mute that entire song in that part, and then YouTube told me, no. This time, we can't do that because we don't have enough information about that song. Airlock, where will it be? I think the tendency overall is to build in this direction, so the airlock should also be in this direction. I mean, see also that part of the airlock, of the station over there. So 9 minutes of episode 7 will actually be completely mute. Part of that is programming and so forth. What can I do? I mean, it's certainly better with music. So... risky. I hope there's no other problems. I mean, what if YouTube doesn't know all the songs and can't warn me about all of them? Then one day someone comes along and says, hey YouTube, I have the song, here's it for your copyright protection library, and then YouTube will not reprocess my videos, I assume. So is that a potential problem? Anyway, so this is where it sucks out and blows in again. The other should be as far the opposite as possible. So I will indeed start with the vent itself. And then on the outside, I don't know yet. What do I need? This stuff. Oh. What? I don't have enough of these? Oh. I thought I was so prepared. But there's a hole in your condom. Well, guess I'm a father now. Here. No silicone? Got anything to say, cowboy? Let's meet tomorrow at noon. It's on. Looking forward to seeing that cooling solution with double the power, which would be 60 kilojoules in thermal energy exchange times 2. I wonder how strong that is in comparison to the furnace. I intend to stack them basically. One, they will not both turn on when 25 degrees has been exceeded, but one will turn on when 23 has been exceeded, and one when 27 has been exceeded. That seems reasonable to me. Consider this. One of these large powered vents draws 500 watts. And then if both are running, if both cooling systems are running, that will be 4 of them, which means 2000 watts. Good thing we have a transformer here, so the worst thing that happens is brownouts. Just wonder what happens if one of the fans of this one drops out because of the brownout and one of these. Both will then effectively not be cooling because there's no exchange flow. So the airlock will be... What will be, will be... This direction, or this? Or over yonder? I mean, this already kind of has a door in case of emergencies, so maybe it makes sense to put that rather over here, in this corner. Or should I put it externally? I mean, this hall, why should there be a box here? And above the space is kind of wasted, or isn't it? I don't know. Let's put it externally. So I need a box. You are not well prepared. I am not well prepared, I tell you. It's Sunday morning. I'm kind of frustrated that my vacation is over. So tomorrow it's back to work. But we all have to work. I just don't want to. You know, that's the difference between us. Nah. No one wants to work. No one wants to work. Well, how do we get anything done then? Oh, maybe that explains it. I need one of these dudes, steel frames. Let's just take 4. But don't you take 5? Should I pause the video meanwhile?
Power critical.
Bonk, bonk. There's our automatic fuel mixture. Not perfect, but certainly sufficient for the purposes. This direction or that direction? Well, this direction seems like almost wasted space. There's not so much going on there. Also, it's kind of neat that we have this extrusion there. Let's make another extrusion there. Here. This gives it some consistent character. Steel. Mother coming in. Are you still at it? No, I don't live at home. I'm not. Dude, I'm an old motherfucker. When did I move out? Actually, not too early. Was it 19? Not sure. Right, this doesn't fly through walls, or it doesn't have wings. We need the airlock thing. We have the advanced airlock chip here. What's that? The counter for heat exchanger, I would assume, or even presume. We need sheets and glass. Do we have glass here? We have glass, and we have sheets. We have cables. We will need pipes. We don't need the pump. Could have left it over there. Do we need those or the insulated ones? I'm not entirely sure. We will need pipe cowls. I don't think I need insulated ones. I will need both, so let's take these. Oh, I will need doors. Yeah, I will need so many things. What I need most of all is an airlock so that I can make that airlock. So once I have that airlock, I'm going to be more happy. Oh right, this is not that room.
Temperature low.
Yeah. Which direction shall the door go? Oh right, I almost forgot. Good that I didn't. No, I was just saying. I want to make this round the corner. Or should I make it here? Oh, that's a nice idea. Maybe not the best idea, but who cares? It's a cool idea. Do I still have these?
Hunger critical.
No, I don't. See, I'm just thinking, I could make, what's the word? A little courtyard in here. And this would then be the entrance into the courtyard, but the courtyard also is accessible from the outside, so I would have an easy way to get in here and there. That would give it some more story. I mean, the story that would also then unleash itself into the next stuff that will be built. Stimulating different building, you know? Or should I actually make a stair down here? This would be in this block, too wide. Then we would be here. There is no way that can lead there. I could make a block here and then a stair here, which would lead down. Then we have reached this level here. So I could do some underground stuff, which I've never done before. And I wouldn't know for what anyway. But I like the idea. So, in other words, this would certainly fly. No, yes. Door here, door there. Active vent here, active vent there. Powered vent, I mean. Oh. Let's see if this works, because we have never tested it.
Store.
Oh yeah, it
Incoming.
works. If I would have been mining,
Store. Incoming.
I would have learned about it.
Store.
Because
Incoming.
this is the...
Store. Incoming.
damn.
Store. Incoming. Store.
Because this is the tracker mode, which I would certainly have on.
Store.
And... Oh, I thought this
Store.
works... Ah, see, it works even when the thing's off.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Why was it even on?
Store.
Cool. Certainly cool. So, where are the... Oh, oh my god, did I forget the fucking vents in there? Those are the one thing I need now. How did this happen? Anyway, so they will be here. This is the power connection, so the pipes will be here. I can just stick a non-insulated pipe out here with a cowl, rounded or not, doesn't matter. And then here would be an insulated pipe and an insulated passive vent. I mean, is this place, right? Or do I have to push it one further? I don't know. I think this is correct. So, where's the airlock? Where will the airlock controls themselves be? Well, this will be the buttons on the wall, of course. So then the power, where will that come in? I would say I will lay a cable down here, where there is already one, to this dude. So it will be hanging from that part of the station. So if I turn on that transformer, that's not going to be too good. But I cannot hang everything from the main. Or can I? I mean, the cable is just there. But that's still about 100 heavy cables. No. Nope. No, this doesn't fly. There will be a glass door here. Which means that this is a taboo location. Well, and this here is the location that I'm using. So, yeah. I wonder, should I make some more batteries? I mean, it's like the opportunity. Storm means storm power. But do I need storm power at this point? Still. It is a fun challenge. My run against the clock.
Incoming.
Let's make some.
Store.
2.
Incoming. Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Gold.
Store.
Need 100. Let's make 100.
Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming. Store. Incoming.
Yeah, this thing, in case someone didn't watch all the videos, how dare you? 500, 120, depending on where I stand. Convenient. Also, I can override this. Like this, always on, always 500. And this thing vents its liquids automatically up there, in case I forget to vent it. So, 2 more batteries here. This goes somewhere else. This dude has run dry once more.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Off.
Storm incoming.
So, cables. I will need heavy cables.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay, oh, damn. Ah, it's a matter of perspective. So has been done.
Incoming. Storm incoming. Storm.
How are we doing? Still printing? No, what's happening?
Storm incoming.
Copper, come on, I have enough copper.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Now we should have 100 copper.
Storm
Don't?
incoming.
Oh,
Storm
I was standing in the wrong
incoming.
place. Shameful.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Iron sheets.
Storm incoming.
More iron sheets.
Storm incoming.
I need
Storm
5 more iron
incoming.
sheets.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Okay, now I need to make sure that this is cabled up.
Storm
Else it will not be on, it will does not take in any electricity.
Storm incoming.
Logic connection, please.
Storm incoming. Storm
Oh,
incoming.
already used up.
Storm incoming. 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 Storm incoming.
Ah, it's on, okay.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Iron sheets.
Storm incoming. 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 Storm incoming.
Gone.
Incoming. Storm
Okay, 2 more batteries in action. Nice. Therefore, our current ratio is only 75, because obviously they are still empty. And are we charging?
storm
I'm not sure what's going on with this dude.
storm
This doesn't seem correct. What is this? Oh, this is a comparison of the ratio of battery change. Of course, me adding those batteries, that had quite some impact. And 3, 2, 1, normalization. That is the state of things, and we currently are
storm
net negative. Not for long though.
storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Lots of power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. So there's like 30 megajoules.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm
So I forgot the
incoming.
powered vents. These can be swapped. This I don't need on me. Those are the two I will need. I will nude them. Afterwards they're nude. This I can leave here. Doors. Ah shit, I forgot the doors.
Storm incoming. Storm
I assume
incoming.
this will take some...
Storm
Iron?
incoming. Storm incoming.
I don't have too much iron, so next time when I come back, or next time when I mine, I should really focus on iron, because I also need to make more steel.
Storm incoming.
This is 100, I need 20.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
What?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm.
And I also need to feast.
Storm incoming.
You need to feast? No.
Storm.
I need to feast. Feasting is not a need.
Storm.
It's a questionable hobby.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm
Hunter, caution.
incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm
Oh.
incoming. Storm.
Man, I have to build an airlock. And now there's a storm coming? Oh, my lungs are damaged. Good thing I have a pill and even some reserve pills. There are actually outdoor lights, aren't there? Wasn't there something? Should do such a thing. No, aero power controller. Ah, shit. Wait, the door will be here? What am I doing? That's not where the cable can go. This sucks. So the cable has to go around this entire thing. Of course, I could just guide it through the floor, but I'm not gonna go there because that is a maintenance nightmare that I will eventually regret. Don't have a gas sensor, but I can put these things up at least. Let's do that then. Oh my god, I brought two. Stupid. And I did not say toss the screwdriver, so that's a bug. Fix them, please. This happened quite a few times to me, that things are just falling to the floor even though I did not throw them, toss them, or drag them there. And I think that's kind of primary as a problem. I mean, we're not talking something that is irrelevant, like what is the color of the source code versus what it's looking like in the editor, because there's also something wrong there that I found yesterday or the day before and reported. But you see on the screen, when you look at the screen in the 3D space, the labels like start and such are red, but in the source code they are purple or violet. But that is irrelevant in comparison to such a problem. This is the user interface, the primary stuff, man. So we need to get the power in here. Can't go through the door except if I used... No, that doesn't fly. I could go through the ceiling. I don't wanna. These will have to be powered from that side. Okay, answer has been found. Let's see if I... Wonder if how long this will last. Probably the normal duration, even though day and night time are different now. So this will be connected and it will need power. This will also need power. There will be a cable here. This could be the power source in the middle. That is actually doable. Yep, makes sense. Let's turn on for a moment the storm to the full graphical level, because that is the one thing that I've turned down. So weather quality high, just to see what that's like. Might take a moment to kick in, or spawning of billboards and such. Okay, and without. Yeah, certainly less opaque, I think. So area power controller. Steel box to make some ground there, some exit, else this is just hilarious. Me having to fly all the time, which doesn't even work during the storm. How much power is coming in? Should be easily 8,000 watts now. This thing is still alive. Yeah, damage 85. I would let this thing die, because unbuilding it now and putting it back in the station would give me that thing in an undamaged state, and that's not realistic. And I don't understand that really. 19,000 watts. This is as much as this dude outputs, which is 20,000 watts. Here's an idea that I think is ingenious. I mean, it's a very simple idea, so ingenious might be taking a bit far, but think about it. We have this solar panel. If I would now deconstruct it, I would just get the item as it was, the original unblemished item. But why? I mean, my items, when they drift in the storm, for example, even ingots can take damage. Why do I not get from this thing the basic solar panel item in the exact same damaged state? And furthermore, if I then rebuild that thing, why is the rebuilt thing not then also right away in that level of damaged state? This would reduce that cheesing on that from to 0, would just make it realistic, and then they could add into the mix an idea I'm having just now, the following: if that thing is damaged, then building it from the damaged item will take longer. The progress bar will fill slower, because it's more tricky, because you don't want to break that thing apart while even it's already fickle, so it's more tricky to make that, you know, a simple thing. I think that can even be abstract. I think that can be abstracted across the entirety of Stationeers, that if you unbuild something that is damaged, then you will get the damaged item and not the undamaged item. And that when you rebuild something from a damaged item, or just build something with a damaged item, then the resulting object will also already be damaged. I don't see anything wrong with that concept, and I also see any development overhead. It seems like a 1-hour fix, man. Of course, I don't know that, but I think it's reasonable to think so, and thus to suggest also. So. Yeah, lots of power coming in. Look at that. Shall we bask in the glory of blue batteries for a moment? Maybe the moment for me to take the screenshot, huh? These screenshots. for the video, though I guess the things that I will be doing in this video warrant a different screenshot instead. Parallel lines, a screen border, always a nice thing for photography. And here we go. What is that there? Oh, that is me stretching the graph so that we can see some. Oh, the storm is over. Interesting. Now that we have all these things up, we can finally observe that. Also the changeover from between storm and no storm here in our stretchy thing. This looks like it was the stretchy thing, just in time too late, or too early, maybe. The storm was over and, hey, let's stretch that. Not bad. So, where was I, before I was so rudely interrupted? APC. Area Power Controller. And a large battery, please. A new one. Wait, power control? Can I install the doors from here? Should be. Yeah. Maybe I can even close them, which would mean that I could even open this and continue building from inside. Because the air would be locked in. Haha. Haha, ha, and so forth.
Temperature low.
What temperature? Fuck me. I mean you, not me. And with you, I don't mean you, but the proverbial you. Proverbial motherfucker, what's going on? Proverbial you. Clearly they're playing this sound multiple times in parallel to give it more, make it louder, which makes sense because those things are fucking loud, man. Okay, here we have this. Aha, already charging, so that is working. Let there be a door here. insulated pipe straight. Oh. Oh. We can use a composite door. I mean, that would break with the style we have already, but I don't want to unbuild this. I mean, this dude, I would have to move it. Because, I mean, bending this pipe will not be the answer. That part of reality is still occupied. It's like if I wanted to put a curved cable down there. I mean, can I? Let's verify. Oh. Yeah, see, it doesn't work. And that's where the pipe would be. So, powered vent then. Are you shitting me? I know I have 4 powered vents here. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where the fuck are they? Oh. Yeah, I thought they would look like this, but I guess they can also look like that. Oh, guess what? This door needs to be replaced with this kind of thing. Alright then. But not now, obviously. Gas sensor, forgot it. No, not again, not. Could print some more electronics parts, hmm? They need to be powered, connected to this thing. I wanted to put it all. Well, almost. I mean, the gas sensor doesn't have cabling then, and this is wrong, man. I thought I had enough space if I put them in an angle here, like this. I mean, if I would have placed this thing so that it doesn't need this cable in this direction, then it would still need a cable from this direction. So that doesn't fly either. I think the placement is rather optimal. Can I not do this? I have to go outside for this? Dude. Anyway, this will then be in that corner, and then I will do this and hissen and... Now there's no space for anything. Everything is occupied with cables. This is stupid. Is there no better way? Whether from this direction or that direction is basically mirrored, symmetric, so that doesn't help. This needs to be in the airlock, else I can't access it. This connection needs to be here. Only thing I could do is flip the doors around so these cables would be on the outside. That is actually feasible. Maybe I should do that. But this cable is not that cable, and then we would have even more cables here. No, I want to keep it in the airlock. Keep it in your pants, you know. Well then, no choice but to put that stuff in the ceiling. Alright. So I have to go outside, I have to swap this door for a different one. I have to mine a little. Seriously? Oh. Can I at least place the cable up there? No, I have to go outside. I will need this. I will need that. I won't need this. This goes indoors. I need a passive thingy thing. And out there I need a cowly cowl. You might think I should have done this between videos. However, my time is short today, and all those preparations would have left me once again. I mean, not the first time, with the frustration. Ah, shit! Now I can't do I can't do anything. It's already too late, and so I thought, whatever. Let's play it and record it. No, not passive. Passive. And a cowl. Dude, don't tell me I forgot to close the inner door. I forgot to close the inner door. I think this is not fatal, but it's frustrating to be this stupid. At least I'm not so stupid that my stupidity only hurts others but not myself. Like so many other people are. So where do we go with this? Let's keep all the cables on this side if possible. Then we need the gas sensor. And the actual airlock logic itself. Now we need the crowbar, and we need a lot of hope. So that's that. We will now lose a bit of atmosphere, but okay. I guess that's the nature of airlock building. Not necessarily, but usually, you know. Often. Easily. In my case, okay, I give up. Hand drill. And now, what do you require? Oh, wrench. Composite door. So before I go any further, let's do this stuff. The passive vent can only be placed from the inside.
Jetpack low.
Uh-huh. Not a problem, because I will just fill it with oxygen, and guess where we will do that? Right there. Already established. Okay, this is cabled up correctly. This has power. Okay. Oh, I don't have the gas sensor with me. Shit. Always something forgotten. I mean, okay, let's face it, in reality that thing wouldn't be here. Because in reality you wouldn't want your hand to be blown at by whatever's in the airlock. Then again, it's room air, so... Well, let's keep it like this. Or not. No, let's not keep it like this. That's better. Safe. Gas sensor, airlock logic. Let's first put the logic in, because I will possibly detect something else that I've forgotten. At least I have my disc on me. Gas sensor. And naming. Doesn't make a difference on the door, but it makes a difference when I point at it. The uppercase. Righty, now let's add a gas sensor. And the floor doesn't look nice. Should be some stuff there. Do I have stuff like that here? I don't think so. Oh, and I wanted to do that also. Well, let's keep it like that for now. So, a gas sensor, and I will also put some stairs there, just for... to see what that's like.
Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Alright. It tells me that all the time because there's pressure change, and so how effective the jetpack can be changes in relation to the outdoor pressure, you know? And soon that room here will finally be very approachable, and then finally
Jetpack low.
we will have two places where we can access the station. So what's this? Here we have this canister,
Jetpack critical.
which has within it nitrogen, I believe, because it's still the original canister. Okay, we want the gas sensor, we want the courtyard exterior, which is this. Okay, accidentally switched the right door, okay. Courtyard interior, powered vent large exterior. That should be this one. This is currently locked, that even worked out. And this is the interior one, which pumps here. Everything worked out. Let's experiment, see if this works. Helmet is closed, okay. The right one was... Oh, I forgot something. Like I always do. Almost. Because there's more to it. The repressurization level. Oh, right, I have to abort. For this I have to turn it on. Otherwise you can leave it off, which saves you 50 watts. Yeah, if you're thankful for the tip, it's not mine. I'm just conveying it. Finally. Actually, this thing, well, that's the thing. That's also what I said in the suggestions, and many people agreed, actually, a few days ago when I said the doors should be labeled regarding opposite sides. This goes to the courtyard, but from the other side, this goes to the greenhouse. So that's... I mean, it's nice that they did this. Absolutely awesome, actually. And recycling the name, I mean, every device can have a name. Good idea, except in this case, it doesn't quite work out. Well, so the problem with this jetpack canister is that there's nitrogen in it. So if I stuff this thing in here now, what will happen is that even though I suck in pure oxygen, and out there will also be pure oxygen, actually, what am I saying? I can flush this. I can flush this to the outside. Would be a bit dirty, but let's experiment. That's a good idea. So first, let's open this to the room. Then pump some stuff in. See, now we have a mixture. So that's something I don't want actually in my breathing canister. But at the same time, I want to fart it out in the inner atmosphere because I don't want to lose the CO2. Haha, no. I know this can be made more efficient, but there are so many things ahead. What am I supposed to do first, right? Okay, now we have this, and what's in here, obviously, is that mixture. Question, can we flush that? If I leave this open, will this slowly exchange with the external atmosphere over time, and then all that remains is okay? Not a problem. Nice. It's a bit cold, but I mean, what we have in here, 20 liters at 45 kilopascal, what we're trying to put in there is 9,000 kilopascals. The temperature in here will completely smash that, minus 144 there. It won't matter. Also, now this pipe is, is actually, you can see here, convected minus 37 joules. And radiated, actually it's radiating something away, I don't understand that. It is receiving warmth from this room right now, so that problem is also solving itself. And the room gets cooler, that's also nice. Why is it 19 degrees? Alright, I already had this thing on. Now that we can get outside, lamp in here would also be nice. Do we have one? We do. This will suck energy. Yes, it will. Oh. How do I cable this up? How do I reach these cables? Like this, maybe. Oh, so inviting. So, time for the thing. Which is conveniently on the other side of the station here, but that's just the way it is. This will suck from the room, and then I have to pipe it down here into the counter for heat exchanger. Let's first get some pipes. What? Oh. Hey, wait, what's happening? Oh, it's on this side. That's where the cables go. The heat exchanger, where are you? Is this the right way? Yep, you can see on the left side this little rectangle. This side seems kind of symmetric. You know, the one that we're currently staring at. But the other one doesn't. There's something on the left side, and that's a plate. This one, that tells us what's currently being exchanged. This would be too close. This would be just right. Not too much light here, huh? Input. Output 2. Output 2. Das ist Ausgabe 2. Ausgabe 2, jawohl! So, should I pipe this? Yeah, of course, else I would need tons of insulated pipes. What the hell am I saying? Four? I was so sure I had more pipes with me. Well, I was wrong. Input 1. Input 1. Eingabe 1, jawohl. Dachpappe. Mietvertrag. Steuererklärung. So dark in here. Only emergency lighting. Let's change that. It's unbelievable what kind of time eater this game is. The video is already an hour long. I mean, I don't regret doing this, but I'm sorry for the poor fools who expect some action and all they see is me clicking on things. Did you just call me a fool? I take... What's the word? Offense, yes, that's the word. Interesting, huh? The tooltip tells us this pipe corner is connected to input. Makes it quite convenient, doesn't it? This will be the output and that goes into the room. I could just stick a pipe cowl on this dude, but would that be sufficient? I think the pipe cowl has less volume, and I mean the goal here, I mean why I'm doing this complete secondary setup, this complete second setup is throughput. I want more, so I'm not gonna risk that this possibly fucks with that. So, this must be the input from the outside. I cannot put The active vent would have to be up there, I would say. Or right behind here? No, that wouldn't fit because of the passive vent. So let's go outside and do that. I will need these, and I will need... Oh, right. These. Oh, whoopsie.
Pressure critical.
Opposite.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, that's convenient.
Space music for the new age. Sinfera.
Just as a reminder. So, oh, all my cables are gone. Damn. I need to add an insulated passive vent here for the indoor cycle, and the outdoor cycle needs to also go someplace. And since the output will be here, I would say it should be on this side. This will then separate the two, well, properly. Now we have options, but we still need to cycle twice. I wonder if I should have all airlocks cycle automatically to the outside when I'm on the outside. I would have to have sensors in all rooms though. I mean, I can't imagine. Wait, no, I don't. If I have the heavy spacesuit, the hard suit, then I can detect what the atmosphere is, I think. And, well, if the atmosphere is outdoor atmosphere, then I'm on the outside. Hypothetically. And this airlock? Where should it cycle? Maybe this airlock could automatically cycle to this room when I'm in this room. This makes sense. How could I make this happen? How can I trigger an airlock console to... Is that possible? I don't know. I have no clue. Do they have logic values? Open. Well, I cannot say to which side it shall cycle, so that's not an answer. Maybe I can write to this door that it shall be open, and, or maybe can deactivate? I don't know. Right, wait a minute. Door. Glass door, glass door. Here we go. This one has logic values, for example, the setting. See, when this thing is in logic mode, which it currently is, and this thing is open, so open is 1, then setting should also be 1. And if I push the button, setting will change to 0, and will stay at 0 no matter how often I push that. So what if I should write the setting value, which is read and write, using logic? I think I can cycle the airlock automatically. Seems like an interesting thing to do. I would need an occupancy sensor, which detects that I'm in this room. Should be right here, I would say, to express what the fuck it's good for. Occupancy sensor. Well, let's look at the sensors again. There's a motion sensor, which is... This is for the room. If there's a player in the same room as the sensor. But there's also the motion sensor, which is... The sensor activates when the player enters the grid it is placed on. So, the world box. So I would say if this room had 2 stories, 2 blocks high, and the sensor would be at the top, I think that would not count as motion. How though to access this door, it being on its own logic network, I would need a logic mirror once more. Let's make one. I don't know if this works, I want to find out. It's the first time that I do this. And where would I place that dude? Well, ideally close to that sensor to express what that's good for. No, that's not good. I need to pipe the door in. This is on the logic on the network of that system. That would make sense. Mirror, mirror, mirror on the wall. Ah, crap. So that would connect to that logic network, and this would connect to this one in an awkward way, but what can I do? So how did this work again? I have to access the logic mirror in every way as if I'm accessing this thing. But then, when I write and read logic values and such, I would just imagine I am dealing with a door. That is how this worked, I'm pretty sure. Which door I use? Well, that's the thing. It kind of doesn't matter, but okay. So I need to connect that when I find the time. cable can be down there, I think. If it turns yellow, then we're fine. Yep, this worked. We saw the lights blink. This dude is now wired up. It's currently blowing into the room from the pipe network. So that's harmless, this test. Yep. The other side still needs to be connected. That's this dude. And there will be also an inside one. This is where it goes in from... Wait, what am I doing? So this is on the inside, and it also needs to blow back to the inside, from the inside to the inside. This is from the outside, which is already powered, okay. This is input 2. This dude is connected to power, and it is connected here, but this side isn't yet connected. Yeah, let's do that then. And that of course has to go to the outside, else I'm gonna have a very cold time. That's all that's needed for this, then I would have to name them and do some programming, which is easy. So now the cable connection for that thing I'm making there, for a little experiment. The airlock would possibly even faster if I would have more pipe volume, I'm not sure. Where do I want to go? Is this supposed to annoy me? Because it does. Or will that change? It's just the intro? Hey wait, didn't I want to do this? I did. Okay. Apparently it's not just the intro. Thank you and good night. Yeah, and then we get copyright problems again, no thanks. I currently have 2 videos that are being crunched by YouTube. Episode 6 and episode 7, while I'm currently recording this number 8. And some number 7. Number 6 was okay, but number 7 has lots of more playful music, some techno and such. And one of the tracks, that's what I said at the beginning of this video. So, well, I have to kind of be careful. I don't want to mute entire audio portions. Yeah, I'm still Watneying it. This should be a bit more luxurious, but it's not yet. This isn't exactly better, DJ. Alrighty. Groove salad is. Risky, risky. The more head bobby, the more expensive, usually, huh? Oh, it was open. So, logic mirror is right, it needs power also, not just the logic information transmission.
Listener supported, commercial-free ambient beats and grooves from Soma FM.
Hey, what's going on? Well, I have to set this to the right thingy first. I can set it to the console, to the gas sensor, to the glass door, or to the glass door. I wonder which glass door it shall be. Hey, the glass doors can actually have names, why not? Hey, what's happening? What is this? It's just for me right now, I don't need to, it doesn't matter. Primary. Okay, now selected this door. On you go. So, logic mirror. Which device shall we use? Electrics, maybe. Or atmospherics. It's kind of atmospherics, isn't it? Do we already have a logic mirror here? We do not. Oh, but a logic transmitter. That's kind of fitting. Hey, wait, how full was this? Okay, cancel. It was already full. Oh, ho, ho, ho. So what about electric then? Is there still some room there? Anytime now? There's no room there. We don't have any more space. Or can I squish some stuff here? Ah, I wish I wouldn't have to do this again. Could put it in the clock, but no. Are my lungs even more damaged now? Interesting. What have I been doing? Is my oxygen bad somehow?
Airtight critical.
5 degrees. I don't think that's the reason. Anyway, how much space do we have? Not bad. That should be enough for the purposes. Do we have a logic mirror here somewhere? Yes, we do. Right, let's change this. AL1 door. Guess what? This is going to be the next one. Oh, what's happening? When will they fix this stupid bug? Logic mirror, airlock 2 door, not door 2, but door, the second door, airlock door. What's the name of the dude?
Hunger caution.
It doesn't yet have a name. Oh, I think it's buried somewhere. What? So I just want to set the door to something. How does the access work? I believe I will just have to access the logic mirror. Let's use setting. Setting 1 would be open. So in other words, by running this code, I should toggle this airlock. Okay, doesn't work at first glance. Maybe I should use the analyzer cartridge thing. Really? I need solar for that? The setting is 1, so that setting has not been addressed. I must be doing something wrong in regards to how to use this thing. Load badge named R0 class logic mirror ins air door 1. Oh, no, AL2 door. Wait, huh? Ins AL2 door. Ins AL1 door. Ins AL1 door. This refers to the logic mirror. This refers to the logic mirror, and this also. AL2 door. AL2 door. Mirror primary. So maybe this idea with the setting that I had there doesn't work. Or does it? Setting is now 0, so that does work, it just doesn't kick in. Well then, how about open? Does that work? Yeah! Oh wait, what the fuck? This opens... what the fuck? This doesn't cycle the airlock?
Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Motherfucker, what just happened? Good thing it's an airlock between two station sections. That makes it relatively harmless. Man, I think we just lost quite some atmosphere into the other section. Not the way I wanted it to be. So do we have some pressure in here? No. Next time I want to do this. Hey wait, there's lots of pressure over there, isn't there? Shouldn't this now stream over here slowly? Let's see. Well, nothing seems to be changing. Which I don't get. Or do we have the same pressure over there as here? I don't think so. Over there is like 100. Let's first remove this line, which kind of worked but kind of didn't. So I can just override what happens there. I thought this would just trigger the airlock.
Low pressure.
This pumps into
Oxygen
that room.
critical.
And here we have indeed 106 kilopascals. So this would actually have to stream in there and then come out the other side to the pipe cowl. I don't get why that's not happening. Or is it happening but very slowly? Maybe so. 18 degrees. 24 degrees. But this dude is open. And down here there's just a connection between the two of them. There is a connection now. I guess it's just plain simply too slow. Interestingly though, whenever I cycle the airlock, it should push a lot of gas out of this room here, out of this box. Not right now, this is of course, yeah. But when I go the opposite direction. And this push should go here and should also go there. We should see the air stream when I push that button. Let's see. There should be air streaming here. Now. But I don't see anything. I don't understand. But I got that correctly. This is just connected. This is open. And so this should be streaming over here. 50, oh, now we have 50 kilopascals. Before we had a little bit, we had 49. So maybe this airlock cycle action just now pushed a little bit in there. And I guess we have some kind of constant stream that is just very, very weak. I will just leave it like this, because the atmosphere over there is fine. So, yeah. What was the idea now? Yeah, cycling this airlock using logic. Can this be done? Of course I could just close this door and then open the other, but that's not what an airlock does. I mean, I don't want to overtake the entire airlock functions here. This is supposed to work automatically. So, console again. Here we have the open value, but that doesn't help me. I have to set... Oh, maybe it does help me. Maybe open means one side and close means the other side. Let's try that. So let's access instead the console. Now we have the console. I will now say open 0, because that sounds safe. I have to change the name, obviously. Okay, nothing's happening. It doesn't do anything. Oh, does it have to be on meanwhile? I mean, I don't think so, but okay, maybe that's the way it is. Let's see. Not doing anything. Did I do this correctly? SVN, class logic mirror, ins whatever, or open 1. No effect. 52 kilopascals already. So there is some kind of pressure exchange. Nice. And most of the air, I mean all of the air, just went over there to the other section. So this is the right measure to undo the blunder. Well, it appears it can't be done. The airlock would have to be done entirely with MIPS logic. Then I would have to have that control over them. It can't be done. Disappointing, to say the least. Where were we? Cooling solution. I find this music boring, if not even annoying. Sucky, sucky, sucky. Long love. Going out there. They are both powered now, I guess. I can't test this one, but I saw the cable up there. Now I have to program the dudes and I have to give them names, like asshole and whatever. Cooling vent outer. I will just use 2 here. Cooling 2 vent outer and cooling 2 vent inner. Edit. Yes, keep reality running. Oh, this is unexpected. I need to splice this shit into a different chip. Oh, too bad. This worked out so nicely here. Okay, let's get another chip then. Ouch! Pressure 50. Okay, not more yet. 51. I see 10. I should mass produce these by now. Shit, I don't have any more solder. And I mean electrum, but I have solder. Yeah, that was stupid. Let's put 100 in there, we have enough. What do I need? This one. It's a bit dischargy, but I mean the batteries are so full. If you find out one day, oh my god, it's discharging this whole time, it's gonna be at 60 or whatever, who cares? I will not build that many computers, but maybe I will. Too bad these don't stack. Why is this not an IC-10? Aha, because I wanted to abort the production, and then I clicked on it in the wrong moment. Okay. That kind of belongs in the collection, doesn't it? steel, of which we don't have too much. It's currently night and is currently becoming day again slowly, as evident by the decreasing solar angle value. Housing. Okay, housing.
Power low. Low pressure.
Ah, shit.
Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
Right. Copy. Now we go to the external editor, in my case Notepad++, which is a very good one. Everybody knows them. Oh, you have discovered Notepad++? You are our hero! No, that's not what I'm fucking saying. So cooling will be removed from this equation. Oh right, you can't see that right now. I'm not going to show you my general desktop. This is a decided game catcher setup. Emergency door, fuel mixer, structure ice crusher, pump volume, analyzer, proximity sensor PC. Okay, all of that. Then we have the powered vent. Then we have the structure active vent, which doesn't quite belong here anyway, since we are no longer using those. Start yield. Doors, gas sensor. Do we need the gas sensor? Yes, we actually need the gas sensor. Interestingly, we need two gas sensors. Wait, should I move the entire climate stuff over here? I think so. Okay, the emergency door will now also be moved to this other thing, for it is very thematically connected. I'll have to move the doors over also. So proximity sensor stays, volume pump stays, pipe analyzer stays, flashing light stays, filtration. Wait, the flashing light, what was that good for? Yeah, right, I remember. Structure filtration stays, gas sensor doesn't. It moves over here. Glass door will also both move over. Haha, structure glass sensor. Console LED is for the fuel mix stays here, structure filtration stays here, flashing light stays here, ice crusher, volume pump, analyzer mixer, proximity sensor, fuel mixer, fuel mix info. All of this stays here. I hope I didn't do anything wrong. Paste. Now we have a lot of space here. Okay, that's the icy climate. We don't want that. Should be the fuel mix and climate. Huh? Didn't I change that? I mean, yeah, I know. I remember I here renamed the IC10, but that was at the very end. Before I did all this other stuff, and then I also did this stuff. Export. No complaints. Climate. Paste. Seems to work. Hard to test right now. Well then, let's set up the rest of the climate thing, so that we finally have 2 cooling things, and then we can finally move on doing other stuff. For example, playing around with plants. Structure, powered, vent, large. This is basically no longer needed. Keep it here for historical reasons. This is also a museum. Emergency door, assumption, no emergency, cooling. Yeah, when I did set this up, that was exactly when the sound is muted in the previous video. For copyright reasons. Cooling. So here we decide determining whether that should be on, and I will just use 2 registers for that. Register R0 shall be down to 23, and the other one shall be 27. And I realize this way it will not work. Here I'm using this value to derive a logic value in this other register. Now this register is still proper, so then I can use this register to destroy itself with a logic value. Powered vents. Vent outer, vent inner. Wait, I didn't set those up yet. Why am I doing that? This is for the active vent. This should just go away. It's just irritating. And this is turning the active vents on, which we no longer need. So save and set up that stuff up here. Oh, right. Okay, hypothetically, we now have a super powerful cooling system here, which is 2 cooling systems, and that is cool. The question is, does it work? Well, let me just be a bit blunt and test it with too much power. At 0, okay. That is a lot of fuel, man. A lot of fuel. I saved just before, so in here we have 300 moles of volatiles and the half of that oxygen. That is going to be hot. Let me just turn off those chips so that we get something to work with. 22 degrees. 80 degrees.
Temperature critical. Oxygen critical. Hunger critical.
27 degrees. How slow is this? I expected this to be a bit more intense. Well, it's a slowly but surely situation, I would assume. 90 megapascals, 1,500 degrees Celsius, roughly. I'm so looking forward to seeing whether this thing kicks and how strong it is. This is for the fuel mixing. Whose mixer is still proper. Let's get the room to 60 degrees. Maybe I could refill my oxygen, huh?
Air tank critical.
This would probably be helpful in the emerging scenario. And is it pure oxygen? It is. Temperature is fine. It's actually very fine. .45 degrees. I can go near 99 because this is very hot oxygen. And now we see here that it's descending quickly because it is being used for cooling, probably not very effectively since the oxygen is relatively warm. Okay, what happens? Save. Okay, they're both kicking. 67 kilojoules. Minus 67, I don't know, maybe I just piped it up incorrectly, doesn't matter. The point is they're cooling. Here it's pumping in, we have 46 degrees. Here we have 49 degrees, 46 degrees. Let's check over here. Here we have, where is that pumping in? Here we have 47 degrees. Here we have 35. Here we have 44. Yep, these things are now cooling the room. And they're quite powerful. Let's turn that off again and see how thoroughly that reaches. Wait, this is not how you turn that off. This will just keep it on indefinitely. What have I done? Double the cooling, including nice fog effects. Oh, I can't get away! Oh, this can't. Oh. Hilarious. 36 degrees. So the furnace is still screaming at the room with its, well, 60 or something degrees. Let's close that door. Let's see how powerful this is. Also, I want to see if the emergency door system will kick in, which is at 100 degrees Celsius. And here we go. Is this not working? Oh, it is working. It's an emergency solution, so yeah. But it's better than the station fucking blowing up, walls blowing out and so forth. Better lose some atmosphere, certainly. Problem is I can't test now if it should also, like, if it would also close that outer door here, but I think it would. So we have 23 degrees now here, even though the furnace is quite rumbly. Let's let it rumble a bit further, huh? Too much? Slowing down. 60 is the deadly limit. Which no one in their right mind would risk, of course, if this were real. 53.7. No? It's already slowing down. Oh yeah, okay. So here we have 81 degrees in this room. 81 degrees. And even though that is excreting 81 degrees right now, this room is currently not too hot. Let's experiment with what happens if I just cut the power. I only need to cut the power on one side, because this needs to be an airflow. If it's not a flow, then... Let's just do the chemistry shall do its work, you know, or the physics. 77 degrees. Let the room heat up. Hey, how does this thing have power? Oh right, there is a battery buffer in there, which is currently being discharged. How fervently is it being discharged? Something I'd also like to know. 98. Cycle, please. Moderately. In an emergency, it will do its job, I think. Look at this furnace. Look at it go. Yeah, let's see how warm this will get. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a breather and a drinker. Oh, I didn't eat last time. Random prediction, feelings will change the world. Ultimately, it will be feelings that change the world. Once they have reached a point where they can no longer not be had, then they will become a force. And this force will command the flow of the world into a new shape. 60 degrees over there, I guess. 90. Thriving. This clock thing works so marvelously well, despite the slow day-night cycle, from which it is completely detached. Yeah, there's still some room for improvement. So we will need some plant tray thingies and Harvie. And some chutes. Start with the Harvie. Oh, we can't make that here. Then the tray. Hydroponics tray, which is also hydroponics device, for which I need iron, of which I don't have too much, so that smells like a mining trip incoming. And the Harvie, where is that made? Possibly here? Yep. These things eat so much iron. Then I will also need some liquid pipes. Do I have those? I do not. And I will need water, which I do have, and is even clean. Could derive some from here. Interesting. Since I have been using this arc welder, I have not ever been producing pollutant. By welding. I mean, of course, that's not news to anyone, but it is so natural to us to have to deal with pollutant, and I think that's wrong. I think the truth is, normally there's no pollutant. It's not normal that there's pollutant, it's normal that there's no pollutant. And now I'm experiencing this normality. Because this dude is off the air filter thing, you know? And next doors, is there any pollutant? I don't think so. In other words, if I would have some water on me, on hand, I could just harvest it right there instead of having to go through the shenanigans of, you know? I can basically water my plants by tossing down some ice. I like the idea. Drain. Iron. I smell some copyright problems, but whatever. There's hope that they won't be too harsh.
Power critical.
So, are we now finally at over 60 degrees over there? I would assume 65. $80. Wow. This room has 80 degrees Celsius. 80. That's so fucking hot. Now let's turn on the power. If I find that without... Oh, the emergency door opened a few times. Maybe we should do this. Well, the emergency door, inner door will close, that makes sense, but this also means that the furnace room will stay sealed. Instead of it... it would be cool if the door would open again afterwards, but I have no quick idea how to make that happen. So this entire large fucking room is now cooling down. From 80 degrees, we are already at 70. Even over here at the airlock, we are still... well, we're already at 70. Over here, we're probably even further down, 50, yeah. So the room had 80 degrees, and thanks to our two cooling systems, cooling it down without any change to the atmospheric composition, from 80 degrees, we're at 65 already. That's 15 degrees less. This entire large room. So, 68 kilojoules.
Waste tank caution.
and 68 kilojoules. So let's say 130 kilojoules thermal energy are being moved. Okay, plant tests. I would just go here and put that right smack in the middle, you know? Because there's gonna be plants here. Where would they be? In the corner, in this side, on that side? I don't know, but there's so much space here. Why not make the decision? It shall be in the center. This is where we have our experimentation. Hydroponics tray, hydroponics device. I will use the device cable on this side, since all the logic stuff is so far here. Harvie. Can just be placed in there, probably because it's a complex to set that thing up, so they thought, yeah, that's not that shall not get in the way also. So this would be this direction. It cannot be connected directly to another, doesn't make sense anyway. That would be chutes. Therefore it would have to be this orientation or this orientation.
Do you have a Soma FM t-shirt yet? Well, you need one. So go to somafm.com/t-shirts. They're available to our suppliers at $50 support level. You can see some pictures of some of the there are Soma FM t-shirts as well.
Feed you my tasty plate of fruit salad from somafm.com.
Okay, let's do this. It doesn't really matter much, I guess, so let's put it here. The magic of Stationeers. Should have brought some chutes. Temperature. Okay, this should turn off any second now. Any second. Up here is... Oh, it's not stopping at all? Right, the reason that this happened is that I forgot to use the respective register. So, not a problem, but stupid. This shall be that. So now only one of them should turn on the next time, because the furnace is still screaming at the room. Yep, and let's also see if both would turn on. By letting the room heat up a little more, 30 degrees. How hot is it in here? 45. Upside, we will now have tons of CO2. That we can recycle and store. Could already begin to pump it out, I guess. Oh right, without power I can probably not. Just a hunch. Okay, it's 30 degrees. Let's turn things on again. Both cooling systems should kick in or be on. This is on. This is on. $31, 30, 29, 28-ish, 27-ish, and now any second this thing should turn off. Aha, it has turned off. This one's still going, because it cools down to 23. So, mission accomplished. After, oh god damn it, this took so long. Imagine I would have prepared this. That would have been cool. Would have saved you 2 hours of watching stupid shit. However, it would have cost me 2 hours before I could start the video. And then, but the day is short. I have a schedule, and tomorrow I have to work. I fucking hate that. Even a stupid supporter job, man. I'm a programmer with 40 years experience, and they let me do support with customers. That's so stupid, man. So let's pump out some stuff. Building, building, building. Not good. It's building immer noch, I mean still. Megapascals, 90 degrees, very hot. But it seems to be slowing down. Maybe it will level out. It is leveling out. Alright, let's keep this running. This will of course have the effect that this will constantly be a heat source in this room. The room will constantly be heated by it. But that's reasonable, because the room is kind of capable of handling that. What is still going on here, man? Why is it still cooling? 19 degrees? Oh. Yeah, okay, that's alright. Everything's fine. Yo, 3 megapascals. 4,000 moles of CO2. Very hot. So this thing is now no longer heating the room because it's empty, basically. But this thing is. But I wonder how much of a heat bleeder this dude is. Kilojoules, 8,000 kilojoules. Huh. Below 1 kilopascal. This is hilarious. Well, I should have made another housing because I need to deal with the Harvie now. Maybe we should also have a heating solution, huh? I mean, yes, the furnace heats that, but the furnace isn't automatically doing that. And I know that some people are doing that automatically, and I could do that also somehow, I guess, but it's not so simple because you have to keep the fuel around. So I would have to keep the fuel in balance. But this way, currently, I know the fuel will only change when I tell it to. So I will always have an eye on that. It will not happen without my oversight. I could, of course, install an alarm, blah-de-blah. That's all possible. I don't want to get there. It's currently too much of a knot, of a complication. Electricity. Doing well. Doing well? Well, still above 90. Well, the cooling that we just did over there was 2,000 watts. this of course leave its mark. So every time we do some smelting over there, which we will for the advanced alloys, which we should actually start doing soon, we will burn through a lot of electricity here. Something we have to keep in mind. Okay. What's happening? Right. What? Is it observable how quickly this cools down? I wish there were some decimal places here. This will of course slow down because of the temperature differential between this thing and the room decreasing. Okay, there's the Harvie, which is currently not piped up, wired up. That is up here. Power and the other thing. Then we have a cable here. Let's connect the two first. That seems reasonable. So this thing shall plant a plant. One of the things that I want to do. We need some seeds for that. I wasted all of them. But I have potatoes. I can use potatoes to plant also. Which side is the input, which is the output? This looks like the input. This is a plant slot. I can put seed or plant in there. From where will that be coming? I don't know yet. But I know I will need some shoots. I know I will need some potatoes, or one at least. Maybe I should place another fridge over here. That makes sense. So we need a fridge, the fridge equipment, a plant. So I need to go mining eventually for some water and such stuff. How many pills do we have? Is there a pill in here? Let's take the fucking pill. So my lungs are healed. We have one pill in reserve. And we're only seconds away from making another one. $191. $110. Will produce pill medical. Fridge, where might that be? Right, I remember that was stupidly in the electronics section because the large fridge, well, that makes sense. But the small one, isn't not electronic at all. Some plants. Oh, it's thriving towards seeding. I thought it had already seeded. Well, let's take the old ones here. Wait, what? Oh yeah, 5 potatoes, 15 nutrition. 4 potatoes, 14 nutrition. Slightly annoying. Oh, that's nice. I hope that's not once again a copyright problem.
Low pressure.
Yeah, speaking of pressure, did some pressure already seep over here or not? Yeah, 57 kilopascals, something's happening. No, there needs to be an insulated pipe. Fridge. Seven hours. 12 hours. Forgot the chutes. With one eye, with one glance, we can see it's very full. Chutes. Do I have some? I do. Sufficiently many, even. For the experiments, I mean. Not for a final setup. I don't even know what final setup means. That's why they're experiments. More stuff for the vents to play with. Yeah, what are we looking like here? 174. Heating up the room slowly. Oh. So let's just say I will have a chute here, whatever direction it will have, and then it will somehow, somewhere have some storage or whatever, which I will hereby emulate or simulate, don't know which term to use when, honestly, with a chute inlet. And then on the other side, we wanna, does this work? The cable's in the way. Oh. Huh. That sucks. I mean, I understand, of course, but it sucks. Anyway, I could rotate this dude so the cable would come from this side, and then we would go straight up. But what about the pipes? If we have the same problem again. I would have to pipe the cable around this. That sucks. And I don't have that many cables. One of those moments when I want many cables. So let's fetch many cables at once. How much copper is in here? Too much. So let's just stop this then afterwards. How much copper do I have? Can I just let this running? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's rather stormy in here. Maybe I'm doing this wrong and stupid, but I have no clue yet how to do this. So I first have to... I am in the forest. And I have to work enough with the trees so I can understand what that's like, and then I'm gonna be above the forest and look down on it. Like I explained in previous videos, like many times. You only explained it one time. You only watched one video. That's the actual crime. So output. Let's just toss that down. Before I toss a potato in here, which would be kind of wasteful. I mean, normally I would be using seeds, but because the potatoes I will be mushing with a recycler and then be centrifuging so that I get biomass, which I can then turn, whose volatiles I can then harvest, and guess where those go? Infinite fuel. So then we have a fuel cycle and we have oxygen production. And CO2 production also, which we need for this whole thing. Setting this all up so that it works and then balancing out, that's gonna be a challenge. Which is the idea of this game. Greenhouse, planting. Let's just say Harvies. So, first task shall be, if this thing is empty, the Harvie shall try to plant something. Oh right, first task would be to get some water, because then the second task would be to remove the dead plants. Though, isn't that something we should also be ready for? Maybe that's even a good thing that this happens. Yeah, let's do that, let's use that. How many potatoes would I have? How much experimenting can I do right now? 5. Not too many, but it'll do. And in a few seconds we have fresh potatoes also, if I harvest them. The configuration cartridge would have been useful. Let's make a new one and place it over here, in the locker that I have. Oh, there's no copper in there? How come? Exactly 2 times? Whoa, okay, now we have some cable reserves. Cable reserves are the best reserves. Gold. A tablet would also not be bad to have over there. And one with plant analyzer cartridge and with configuration. Perfect. Would have to be an advanced tablet then, which is expensive. Oh, I have everything. Hilarious. Steel. 80 steel, 140 steel, and yeah. Not too much. This is our battery situation. This was probably the cooling system kicking in. Probably. With this large of a dent. In which game can you do such a thing? Build such a setup, everything meaningful, then even analyze it, and then, oh, that should be that thing. Yeah, of course. Observe. I mean, it's out of the park, man. If you haven't yet purchased this game, you should do that even if you won't play it, because it's a huge collector's thing and you're supporting a good cause with that. But I don't want it. But you should. That's the point. But I don't want it. Well, you're repeating yourself, and when I say the same thing twice, it's still new, okay? Because I'm ultimate novelty. Let's do this then. And that then. Pure flow. One with the world. Some battery. Not what you should do. Did I make the advanced tablet? I did. And we need the plant analyzer in there. No. Right, that's that. Configuration cartridge. That was the goal. Ah shit, I wanted to do the potatoes also. So you can see pressure, temperature, ratio, oxygen and all that stuff, total moles. Right, I cannot see these slots here. That is unfortunate that this thing doesn't do that. And Dean Hall, Rocket, even said that he's not too fond of that thing, is considering removing it entirely. But the fact that he hasn't done that, I mean, the reason is pretty clear. Something like this you need. You need some way to analyze the devices for development. There needs to be a way. I mean, setting up thousands of lids every time, that's bullshit. My suspicion is that he ties that in his head, or maybe as a firm plan, I don't know, I'm just spitballing, to the Lua that they plan to implement here, which would allow us to make arbitrary user interfaces, and this would then allow us probably to use some logic to retrieve all the values from this thing and show it in a nice GUI of our making, and then it would kind of be reasonable to remove the configuration cartridge. Maybe that's the plan. Okay, let's do some stuff. It is blowing me in the air. This is hilarious. This is too powerful. I should put in active vents instead. This is cold. Let's do the potatoes over there, so we have more reserves, and also spray paint this thing green. Thus soiling our beautiful reserves here once more. For there they react with utmost allergicness, as evidenced here. Potatoes. Seeds. Seeds. Eight potatoes. Wait, what? This is really unfortunate here. Locker. Wait, that's not for that. Where's the locker? I think it makes sense to put some cookery stuff here, automatic oven, packaging machines, stuff like that. And here I would put the input locker. Interesting way to interesting way to think about it. Would you please stay? Thank you.
You feel it now, don't you? In there, isn't there?
Need more lights once again. Oh, that's a computer. Well, some studying is in order. Plant... No, that's not the hydroponics device. Dr. Hyde. No, Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Slots. Whether something is in there. The health of the thing therein. If the health of the thing therein is 0, then I think it would be reasonable for the Harvie to just rip it the fuck out. If that is how it works. I can kill it, of course, by turning on the furnace and turning off the cooling system. For demonstration purposes. So, let's get that thing to plant something and to automatically remove it if its health is 0. First goal. That must be a subroutine solution, for we will not have one of these, but many. Then I would just say, this is the thing that I care about now, and I'll do the thing. I want something less active. structure Harvie. Here we go. Lol. Okay, just turned on. Step 1. Turning all Harvies on. How would I identify the Harvies? Would I go about using the device identifier? Or would I go about naming them with 1, 2, 3? I mean, using 1, 2, 3 seems tedious, but writing down all those identities is a bit more tedious. And also, if I use the naming system, I can rebuild stuff. Otherwise, I would have to look the ID up once again, which is not a fun thing. So I will go with the naming approach. And I can just go like with, this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Minus 1, 2, 3. That is viable. And the XY coordinate, same thing. 0, 1, 2, 3. I will just do that. This is the center, which is the origin. This would be H0. H0. Ho. Ho, 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 ho. And H0 and HD0. Does this matter? Does this make sense? No, let's just use H0 again. But this is a different type of device. Why not use the same naming scheme? This will save me some definition lines. I don't know how I would really do this. This is still experimentation. Define ins. I will just be a bit wicked. Oh, look, you can't? Okay. X though stands for what's the name? Hexadecimal. I mean, not in this code, but in principle, as a syntactic thing. So. Well, let's go for H then. H as in Harvie or hydroponics device. Hey, wait. Did I say H0? It needs to be H0, H0. Maybe like this. R should be for row. And this is for horizontal or for Harvie or hydroponics device. That makes sense. Why did it not put that in my active hand? So, to reiterate, I put this thing here, and I double click, and now it's in that hand. How the fuck does that make sense? Why is it not putting that in my hand? Screenshot time. Okay. Load batch named into R0. This will have to be in a subroutine. Well, let's do stuff. Oh, that's cool. I can just say move to R0, which value? this name. Move this name to R0, which is then the argument, but I don't have to move their... This is stupid. Which device type that shall be, because that depends on the immediate logic that I'm trying to do, and that's rather decided by me when I tap this out down here. So, this is probably useful. Load batch name into R1. Or let's say let's reserve a register. Not that it needs to be eternal, but I don't want to overwrite it accidentally. Alias coord R15. From the device. Oh, I don't have that yet. Hydroponics tray. Dr. Hyde. No. Structure hydroponics tray. Thankfully, they removed that bug where you couldn't copy these things when clicking on them when they were using an ellipsis, so the name was too long. Now that works. Huh. Yeah, let's use this. It's less hideous. So, load from class Hydro of this coordinate. Actually, the slot information. From slot 0, I guess. Whether occupied. If this is not the case, then this respective Harvie shall do a plant action. However that really works. I don't know what the timing is here. For example, maybe I should actually, right from the Yes, right from the get-go, I should say yield multiple times. This is 2 seconds. Or actually 3 seconds. This is not a good way to do it, but once I'm going to be dealing with many of these devices, I'm going to be doing this call many times, which will ultimately, voluntarily or not, have another yield within it. And so maybe I should actually do this. Yeah, this means that there will be always a yield before that. So ultimately we will be accumulating half-second steps to deal with all the Harvies. So the entire loop, once the entire room is full, might take like easily half a minute before it's through and then jumps back to main, which might be wasteful. And then I can change this approach. Then I can just remove that yield and just put one up here. This would then be the voluntary yield, which I don't need at this point because the sentence continues. There would also be involuntary yields because of all the things that this thing will be doing. So, and then this will be slow enough so that the individual mechanical actions will have had times to complete. Seconds. Now we know whether there's something in there. If not, then it shall be planted. What can the Harvie do? Plant. Well, it can plant. Then it shall plant. I hope the storm will not hurt the plants. So, occupied. Branch if not equal to 0, relative 2 lines. Else tell the Harvie to do something. SB N Harvie coord setting or what is it? Plant. No, wait, what? Yeah, plant 1. Only plant 1, not 2. I don't know what this means. Maybe this allows us to abort the planting action by setting it to 0 or something. So this should plant something down. But what if the slot is occupied? Then we will now... after this we need to wait. I wonder, this register, I believe, is really just one register. So I believe we cannot cascade these subroutines. We cannot go into this subroutine and then call another, which would then return to this place, of course. But then afterwards we will be jumping to this place eternally, because this is only just one value and not a stack, really. Because I would like to wait after I have invoked the planting action. So let's change the entire approach. I don't know if sleep and yield has the same effect. I would assume so. Because, I mean, do you really think the program will be sitting here, waiting for 2 seconds and then move on with reality? No, this will work just like in standard programming language when you tell a thread to sleep. During that time, the processor is free to do all kinds of shit and will come back to you when it realizes it's the time, instead of waiting on you. The same should be happening here, and we can assume, I think that's a reasonable assumption, that the development team of Rocketworks is not stupid. So let's sleep for 2 seconds after we have invoked this planting action. 1, 2, 3. Then we can load from the slot reasonably whether the content is dead, health. If the health is greater than 0, then we jump once again to 2 lines or something, or 3 lines, because I want to do the same kind of thing. I just don't know what exactly it will be. I heard that you can actually use this together with the editing. Is there something to it? Oh, then you can't read everything. That's stupid. What's the fucking use then? Oh, you can't open that here? You cannot. Disappointing. Now I need to go to the Harvie once more, and I want to rip something out. Power, activate, required, import, prefab. Well, am I on the Harvie's thing? Yes. Harvest. Of course, harvest, yes. So if the plant is dead, we want to harvest. Branch relative greater than 0. 1, 2, 3. And what is R0? It is the health of whatever is in slot 0. But what if it cannot actually plant something? What will happen now? I mean, will it also report a health of 0 if there's nothing planted there? Observe. Okay, so that's what it would do. When there's nothing there, it will just assume that it's empty. And the sound made here is not applicable, or is it? Because is this dirt that is touching? Okay, we can maybe say that, yeah. Although it does sound like leaves and stuff, like a plant being touched. Anyway, so this thing takes quite a while. And disappointedly, I must say, I cannot detect whether this thing is still busy. There should be an idle state here, and I can't fathom why there isn't one. I think I've brought this up in the forum already, with or without reaction. Let's take another screenshot, because seriously, that thing takes mechanical action, just like the door. And here, even more, we need to know whether this dude is idle. I wonder, happy, unhappy, dead, yeah, let's use the tablet. Activate 2. Mode is 0. So it is basically claiming to be idle, which it very obviously is not. So the mode is unreliable. We have activate here, read and write. Does it say something about that? It does not. Activate 2. I guess that activate 2 is referring to harvest. If so, this should then be activate 1, I guess. Yep, this is activate 1. Once it is done, it is no longer activated, so we do have actually an idle state. So we'll kill that screenshot again. So we need to wait until this dude is no longer active. Which will make the greenhouse rather slow if I wait all the time. But what I can do is, I cannot wait, I can do the following. I can say, I don't wait at the beginning. I wait at the end, I wait at the beginning. So this thing will be called, and this other thing will be called, all the Harvies will be called, and at the beginning it waits until it's idle, which will never actually kick in, theoretically. So let's find out if this thing is active. Load from the Harvie. Activate. I should have a yield here, but branch not equal to 0. Do stuff. So this is like a processor burner here. There's no sleep in between. But since I can only wait for half a second instead of like 1 millisecond, which I would do in reality, I will just or maybe I would return and then call all of these things again. It depends. A load badge named slot. Harvie at this coordinate is activate. If it's not equal to 0, then go back to do stuff. Then check whether well, this is irrelevant. The health, and then not sleep at all, because that is no longer needed. Except, well, I think we shouldn't do both things at once. The Harvie should decide what it does here, if it does something at all, and then it does that, and then it lets go, and we return back to the main loop, which will then go through all the Harvies and arrive at this one again. It will look again and realize, oh, it's time to plant some. That seems like a more viable approach in regards to the Harvie's mechanical flow and the overall organization. So, well, I will just jump 3 lines, and then I will just say jump RA, jump back to caller. So, if the slot is not occupied, if the slot is occupied, then not equal to 0, then jump 1, 2, 3. Else, execute planting and return to main loop, which then will return here, and then we will see this. It would make sense to have some kind of debugging value that we can observe. We do have one. Let's see what the timing will be. Move R10 0 and just count up. Add R10, R10, 1. So we can see the rhythm of the main loop, which means that at some point we should see it stalling here because it's waiting for the Harvie to finish. I want to see that in action. Or we could just move the adder in between here. That would possibly be more productive. So if there's nothing there, we'll try to plant, and then we'll jump back to main. If the health of the thing in there is 0, which I know is currently flawed, we need to check first if there's something there. No, we don't. Here we are saying, is this occupied? Yes, then jump down here, so we know it's occupied. Well, then let's check the health. Is the health greater than 0? Then skip ahead and go there. Else, harvest. And this yield down here is not actually needed at all. Alright, this is useless. I have to also write that value to the housing. What's happening? SDB setting R10. Excuse me? 27. What's happening? What's happening? Is this a temporal coincidence when I edit this stuff? Incorrect variable ln 27. Can activate not be read? It can be read. Well, let's remove this line and see what happens then. Okay, that works, but it doesn't really work for me. Load batch oh, slot. Of course. I need not the activate value of the slot, but of the Harvie. And then I need the debugging stuff again that I was putting in. And the program starts, which it does by me clicking here. Aha, it appears that we're waiting for the Harvie to finish. A very male thing to do. So, let's remove this wait state here and see how fast the counting is then. Okay, you see the counting is now much faster, so this Harvie busyness wait loop is effective. Research successful. Remove testing. So what it's doing now, it is trying to... It's grabbing something from up here and is planting it down here. This is a planting action. But what if it doesn't have anything to plant? Shouldn't this thing be kind of aware of that? Well, it is technically aware of that because we have slots. I will now deactivate the Harvie and observe instead the 3 slots that we have. So... Load batch name slot. Slot 1, I guess. Slot 0. Occupied. Then write it to the housing.
Power low.
SDB setting 0. Zero. I didn't expect anything else. Let's see how that changes. 0. 0. Okay. Okay, which one is then slot 0? Is it described here? Slots. Import type plant. And it is not... Well, it is a plant. What do I have to... Does it have to be a seed? I'm not sure. Export none, hand, not hand. Oh, you can actually check what's in currently the hand. That's pretty awesome. In the currently ongoing harvesting action, which is therefore not just a stupid animation. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said stupid there. Something real, basically. You can see what's in its hand while it's doing that. Build states. When is it happy or unhappy, though? I want to put up an LED that shows the state of the happiness state of the thing. maybe I should print a few. So let's make some consoles. 10. Let's make 10 consoles. We will also want to see the air mixture. The irony is, I don't have any iron. We need to go mining. Oh. Did I turn this on? I did not. Then I wonder, why is the air no longer polluted? I didn't scrub it. 5. 7. 8. 9. 10. Power. How are we looking? 86. Okay, definitely falling. That is a matter of concern. This might be related to the constant cooling kicking in with 500 watts. Interesting problem to have. This will no longer be the case in like an hour or so. Oh, see, that's the cooling kicking in. Definitely. Because then it will just not be there, you know. Wait, okay, let's see. This is the differential. The further it is below 0, the more this thing's being discharged. So it's strongly being discharged, then it is less being discharged because the thing is off. This is our scaling ping thingy, doesn't matter. Now it's going up again. We have some coal to burn if need be. Oh, I wrote 0 to the housing instead of R0. That was possibly the mistake. Anyway, now we get some proper analysis here going. Slot 0, 1, 2. One of them will be the hand. Export and turn on. Aha, so currently something is in the first slot, which would be the potato. If there's nothing in that slot, and if we have a proper supply chain going here with seeds, there should always be something in that slot. Otherwise, there should be an alarm of some sorts. Well, then if there's nothing in the slot, then it should not do anything. It should just wait. At least it shouldn't perform the planting action. How would it do that? It's constantly... It shouldn't do that when there's nothing there. It's impure. It's wrong. It shouldn't happen. So, what's the next step? Something is in the slot. It shouldn't do anything if there's nothing in the slot, but we need some kind of alarm system for that. I don't know how to pull this off other than to replace, for example, the chutes up there with... I mean, that was just a placeholder. Where are the chutes? Oh yeah, right. With window chutes, which would allow us to take a peek inside. So if there's an alarm going off, I don't need to know which one it is. I can just fly past and see, oh, there's a hole. So there's not basically potatoes or whatever waiting to go in there, which means that this might then also be the one who doesn't have anything in there already. This is a bit heuristic, impure, but it's the fastest method I can think of right now. Should I do the same on the output side? Does that make sense? I don't think so. Let's leave it like this. But there needs to be an alarm. We have one. I don't know how exactly, where exactly. Let's just place it down here for now. This can be purified. This is our research. One of the most complex things I've done so far in this game. So if there's a Harvie alarm, then... Right. So we do all the jumping to subroutines, and in the end we evaluate whether there was an error, which will then be a cumulative statement. In other words, every time this starts, we will reset the alarm to 0, alias alarm R14. Move alarm 0. Then I can just say SBN CLS flight ins flight Harvie's on alarm. So if there's an alarm 0 or 1, this will then go directly into the power state of this thing. Now let's call the do stuff thing again, now that we know more about what is actually happening. So what should be happening? First we check if the thing is currently doing something with its arm. If so, just wait. Else, check if the hydroponics device is occupied. If it is occupied, skip ahead, else plant something. But it's not that easy. Because now we have to check if there's something in the Harvie, which we can, using this. Reloading from the current Harvie whether slot 0 is occupied. If slot 0 is... Oh, that's a good idea. So, if there is a problem here, load batch named slot from the Harvie slot 0, whether occupied. Branch equal to 0 to set alarm state. Else plant something. In the case of alarm state, we set the alarm and then we jump back to main. Could I do this here? Could I do this here also? With a relative jump, I could skip ahead. Actually, I could. So let's... If it is not equal to 0, then something is in that slot. Again, load batch named. Whether activated endless loop. Then we find out if something's in the hydroponic device. If so, we jump a few lines. How many lines? Unknown. Then we check if something is, if it's occupied. If the Harvie is occupied. If branch relative non equal to 0, then we jump 1, 2, 3 lines. Branch not equal to 0, 1, 2, 3 lines. So we're planting something. Afterwards we return to main. But if all of this has not happened, it is quite crude the way I'm implementing this here. Maybe I should instead use labels, because it's a bit too iffy. Then there's too many sources for programming errors and I will have to check everything meticulously again. So let's reduce the possibility that such a thing can occur. Something is planted. It's planted. So again, endless loop here. Can separate that a bit. Then load batch named slot from the hydroponics device, whether occupied. Not equal to 0 means it is occupied. Something is planted. Load batch from the Harvie, whether slot 0 is occupied. Branch not equal to 0, 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. Maybe let's call it this. Harvie has stuff to plant. It can plant. Stuff to plant can also be read in different ways. Once again, the Omni context, I talked about that in the previous video. Okay, branch relative isn't good. Load batch named, branch not equal to 0. Load batch named slot, branch not equal to 0, something is planted. Load batch named slot. Oh right, this is from the hydroponics device, something is planted. And now from the Harvie has stuff that it can plant. Else alarm 1, jump RA. Harvie has stuff it can plant, then it will do that and go back to main. And then we are in the situation now that something is planted. Now we're checking, is this thing that is planted, is the health greater than 0, then what do we do then? Then we want to check if it is time to harvest that. Basically we will have the harvest statement twice, but plant is healthy. What? And let's not forget, jump back to main. Save, edit. Let's go through the entire source code before I invoke this thing. Structure Harvie, hydroponics tray data. This works, this works, this works. This I don't know, but will probably work. Coord are 15, are 14 different registers important. We turn all Harvies on, we reset alarm to 0. Then we read out from this Harvie, this is debugging code. Which can be ignored. Anyway. and afterwards we will set the alarm to on if need be. Do stuff. Checks if the Harvie is busy. If so, it will just wait. Otherwise, I will find if something is planted, and that is what it does then down here. Which is, it checks its health. If the health is greater than 0, then plant is healthy, jumps back up there. I don't know yet what to do exactly. We will continue. Otherwise, we just harvest that and jump back to RA. Which means that this thing might actually, when the room is at 60 degrees, keep planting stuff, it dies, it harvests that,
Power critical.
tosses it away and plants something new. That's hilarious. But we can do some safety check up here and check if the overall planting conditions are alright before we run the main loop. So that's not a problem. So something is planted. But what if there's not equal to 0? What if the slot of the hydro, the 0 slot, is... Actually, is that the right slot? Slots. 0 plant, 1 fertilizer. Yes. Something is planted. Then it checks, does it... If nothing is planted, not equal to 0, something planted. If equal to 0, nothing is planted, then it decides to plant something. If it doesn't have anything that it can plant, then it will just fall through here to the alarm and jump back to main. But if this, if the slot is not equal to 0, then there's something in it, and then we'll just go plant something. Okay, so we should now have the situation that the Harvie will plant automatically, then it will do nothing. Then if I kill the plant by means of furnacing, the Harvie will remove the plant automatically. This is quite an expensive test, but I want to see. So we can now see the Harvie is not happy. This happiness value we haven't yet shown. This is probably because the plant is not, well, it's not in a good state, because I don't have any water in there. That's a good thing, because this plant will now soon take damage and die. Good, I don't need the furnace. But I want to see the happiness value. Mode. Wait, what are the modes? Idle, happy, unhappy, dead. Unhappy means the plant is still there. Oh, dead. I could have used the dead value to make the Harvie plant to react to whether the plant is dead. But, I mean, if there are two ways, and I've already chosen a working one, which I don't know, then why not use that one? I want to see the mode. That is here. Mode, not slot, and write that. Export. Oh, maybe I should cable that up, huh? Two, it is unhappy. Idle, happy, unhappy, dead. Okay, so the plant will probably now die soon. Right, do I have the plant analyzer cartridge? I should. When will there be some kind of toggle button for this, man? For example, some mouse button or key to toggle its mode, which could also then be useful for the mining drill, for example. That's not even my idea, I'm just repeating it, because you can also do set flatten and such. That needs So how long? Yeah, how long is one of you a smoker? Reconsider, please. I mean, you can do what you want, but is that what you want? That's the question. Is the chemistry commanding what you want to do? Is that really your will? Maybe you must evolve your mental awareness and activity to a level that is equal to the chemistry's activity in your mind, then supersede it and then say no, and then say no to it. Maybe that's how it works, to overcome that addiction. Other people can. You can too, because you have the same fucking system running up there. So potato. Time until darkness damage, time until light damage, time until high pressure damage, time until low pressure damage, time until suffocation damage, time until overheat damage, time until frozen damage, time until drought damage, this is where we are, time until toxin damage, and time... Oh, this was it. 30 minutes? Well, this is Stationeers, so in other words, now considering all of this, what would be our next steps? I mean, oh, I am without juice. There are no more juice. Some people would applaud that. I disagree with that general notion, but I mean, what power do I have? Well, I want to harvest the plant also when it is in a certain state. Is the potato plant informative about this? Growth parameters. Exhaled gases. No. Okay, well then instead I will show the plant's state on another console, of which we have 1 or 2. What? I clicked. Seriously, what use does this have? I go here, I cannot hover because it's too far away. I get closer, and then I can hover because it's close enough.
Waste tank critical.
But there's a mixture. I can actually be... No? Okay, maybe I'm talking gibberish, but I know that this applies to the crates that you have in your lander. You can reach for the thing, but you can't touch it. If you get closer, you can reach and touch, and then it gets green instead of red. Upside down. Which is funny, because the Harvie is upside down, so I guess we have to read it like this, huh? This is the plant. Yeah, associations, huh? Key to navigating this realm. Harvie&Hydro 1. Do we need more while we're at it? Yeah, all of that stuff. It's interesting. Can this thing actually measure the surrounding environment? Probably. It can tell us, hey, it's pollutant here. You don't need a gas sensor then. But of course I use a gas sensor. I have one up there already. But cool, this is possible. I mean, why not? Name hash, ratio, reference ID. Ratio, combustion, okay. Prefab hash, ratio, nothing special. Ratio water. Now this could be relevant, because that pertains to the device itself. What does it? I don't know. Total moles. Moles Bennett Dyson. Ratio pollutant. I was rather thinking of Computer Love, or what was that film? Where Giorgio Moroder made that end title music, which was awesome. I mean, the film's fucking fun. Particularly to old school computer people. So, pressure, temperature, ratio. So, all of this is irrelevant to us. How about the slots then? Efficiency. This would show us probably what the tablet shows, how well the plant is growing. I think we're interested in that. Damage and health is just its opposite, so I would say we would go for health. Mature. Oh, okay, I want to know if it's mature. And I want to know the growth. So 4 values. That's ridiculous. Let's put up 5. I can't remember which one is which. Can of course use colors. So, which order would make sense? Since the thing that we're focusing on in principle is to make this whole thing happen using automation with the Harvie, what we would be interested in most is values that pertain to the Harvie. So that would be growth and maturity. So let's start with growth, because that is a value that goes from 0 to 6 or whatever, depending on plant, and mature is only 0 or 1. This will serve as a good visual separator, helping us associate which display shows what. Hydro. Slot. 0. Growth. Show me that on Hydro 1. Mature. Hydro 2. Then efficiency. Hydro 3. Then health. Hydro 4. And what else was there? Oh, I think that's all of them. I just put 5 down just in case. I don't need the 5th actually. Occupied. Well, yeah, occupied. Let's use that. Yeah, from right to left. What was it? That was the growth state. Since the thing isn't growing at all, 0 makes sense. Mature is probably not. This would be the efficiency, then the health and the occupied. Is occupied and... wait, health? No. Is health 1? Right, of course, health would be 1, because it's 100%. Maybe I should use the percentage features of this thing to express that what this value is. This is number 4. Nice feature, and I always run into it. Health, yes, health seems to be a percentage. So just let me set this dude to mode 1, expressing then what it is good for. 100% health. Again, this is the growth state. This is maturity, efficiency, which is probably once again a percentage. Of course it is. Oh, I tried Control Enter. I wish this would. But anyway, okay. 0% efficiency. So this will take half an hour before it's taken damage. I wish this was a bit faster. What can we reasonably do meanwhile? Okay, assumption. We will get this to work properly. Then we need a way... What shall happen once we have the plant? We will get... Yeah, that's the thing. We will get some stuff out of this. Part of it is going to be seed, and part of it is going to be the plant. So we're getting like 2 potatoes, but first we get seeds. All of that will come out here. We need to deal with that. So we need a sorter. But for that, first we need to gather everything in one chute system, where everything comes together and then enters a sorter that we have to program. And that is, well, as those who have watched my Vulcan series, particularly episode 7 or what it was, know is a fickle thing. Or rather, you can, if you're stupid, you can waste a lot of time with it. So we need a sorter and lots of chutes. In other words, let's go mining. Isn't that just the time? So much so, yes. What's the power doing? 84. So we're still fine-ish, but there's reason for concern. Oh, maybe I should put a cable analyzer over there in the other section. Do we have enough oxygen? Yes. All the thingies here, most of them should be powered properly. Including the mining drill. Okay, we have some... The bug is showing, everything's shifting higher and higher, this is annoying. I will use the opportunity to pause so I can reload the game, because I also need to take a short break. Do we have the thingies here? We do. Alrighty. See you in jiffy. Here we go again. I remembered to slow down the time when I reloaded the game. Everything here looks alright. Thing is, it's very dark out there. I mean, I should find the iron if I need it, but still. I fear the darkness.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
So, switching to tracker mode, but turning off. So, let's find some iron. While the potato will hopefully die. Hopefully it doesn't die too quickly, because I want to see the progress bar once it begins to emerge. I mean, it was 30 minutes until damage, but how fast does the progress bar count down then? Nothing here? I mean, probably I'm walking over the richest resources here. Oh, the station should then be exactly at 180 degrees. It is. Okay. Derived from the flag being here. In other words, let's jump somewhere else. I'm looking forward to the impending changes upon the world, which will be intense, large-scale, and soon. The world does need change, doesn't it? The question is, will you be a part of the change, or will you be an obstacle? And that will then define your fate. Or maybe your transition towards wherever we're heading. I talked in the previous video about why programming is a natural thing. It is natural. Let me just summarize again quickly. It is because we, the people, for entirety of our history, were striving to set our will free, to escape the suffering, and then ultimately to achieve greater happiness and greater comfort, and so forth, and so forth. Greater beauty, more control of our will over the world. For example, starting the washing machine while on the ride home. That is non-local magic shit, man. But it's just technology. So in this way, programming is something that sets you even more free. Therefore, it is a natural progression on this journey. Because now you have machine slaves, which are legitimately slaves. I mean, it's of course a metaphor. The word slave shouldn't be watered down, really. But because there's still slavery these days. What do you think? Oh, for more black people, dude, slavery pertained to all races. and even to all races versus all races. There were certain probabilities, but if you think that most slaves were black, that is probably also not true. I'm saying let's look at the general problem instead of being on the hype train, you know. So, but machines can be our quotation marks slaves legitimately, and you can tell them what to do. You can even tell them what to decide. It's not just like walk over there, do the thing. That was old school machinery. We can tell the machines to automatically do stuff, and that is setting one's will more free. So it's a natural progression, and the probability that someone can program, or rather the ratio of people who can program, at least in the Western world or in the world where you have that technology available, is increasing. That ratio is increasing, and I just explained why that is. And that will keep being so. Which also means that information technology is not an age, it is the beginning of the rest of our history. Once again. But where did I want to go with this? Well, in this way, mankind has been walking through history, finding better ways to live, but this also requires a bit deeper understanding of oneself and a deeper understanding of each other, as in how to coexist better. For a long time, we have already known that a good concept for that is the golden rule. Like, don't do to others what you don't want. I mean, don't kick someone's ass because you don't want your ass kicked, right? There's also a positive side. Like, if you can assume that dude will like it, well, then just I don't know, let him through first, and he'll be like, oh, that's great. I wanted to go through here, and you're letting me through first. That's fun. I'm not saying you should. I'm just giving an example. Anyway, that's what we have kind of found out. But there's a problem here. What if the guy will think, don't let me pass first. You have the right of way right now with your car. This is stupid. Let's stick to the rules, you know? This is what the attitude might be, and I think it should be, because when it comes to the rules of driving, then we should just stick to the fucking rules instead of making up our own. It's important. Expectable behavior, like in user interfaces and programming and machine behavior. Expectable behavior, yeah. But anyway, in principle, what I'm trying to point out there is that you can't be entirely sure what the other person dislikes or likes. You can only use some general assumptions. And this means that the deeper our knowledge is of ourselves and of each other, the better we can fulfill this rule. And this knowledge and the fulfillment of this rule, at least in general, has improved over the centuries. I think we can agree on that. But now the thing is, we're becoming more and more aware, more and more conscious. And one thing that's certainly happening more these years is abstraction. Mankind has grown fond of the concept of abstraction, which is probably also driven a lot by industry, by commerce, because if there's a company which realizes that a certain thing works very well, then the company is trying to find out not just how to do that thing more intensely so that they can get more money, but they're also asking themselves, why is that working very well? And then they might find the underlying cause, so they're looking down at the forest from above, and then they can automatically see other, or can possibly locate or identify or make up other members of that set, and then can invent other things in this regard. This will make them more successful. Therefore, at some point, companies increasingly strive to do such things. And this, of course, bleeds over into everyday life, not just because we are participating in those companies by being workers, by working there, but also because the global mind is one thing. We're meshing, it bleeds over, we're informing each other, the flow is touching each other, we're getting a whiff of how it works, we're reading articles, we know a company background and so forth. And they're not the only ones doing it. I mean, everybody is striving for abstraction, because we are in that age. We are striving, I mean, we have reached a critical mass, a critical point in the development of implementing the golden rule, of implementing our happiness, of finding the best path to coexist and to live, where we will ask ourselves more fundamental questions. We're asking ourselves, what is happiness? How to achieve it? And so forth. I've found some very good answers for myself, which I think are even generally true, and even the fundamental underlying causes and such, but let's not go into that stuff. More important is right now that I believe that we are in an age where naturally we will look more in an abstract way. We will ask more fundamentally. Like when 20, 30 years ago someone might do some playful philosophical thinking using some paradoxical or funny thoughts. In these days, if I would think those same thoughts, I would say, well, that's not funny or ridiculous or academic or whatever at all. It is actually a true question. What is it? What happens in that case? What does it, you know? I don't have a good example right now, so let's move on. This leads to things like mankind is basically trying to fundamentally clean up, fundamentally answer the question of coexistence. This has been, of course, a process of much suffering and coexistence, people bumping into each other over the eons, and it's still happening this way. But these days, this is also happening a lot in the mind, and I applaud that, because you're supposed to use your mind to determine reality instead of being eaten by the lying and realizing, oh, that was the wrong thing to do. You should be able to determine the right and wrong thing without having to put your hand on the hot plate. Or particularly putting someone else's hand on the hot plate and then wondering, oh, what's the fuss about? That's my problem with religious people also, you know, because I know that in principle their basically happiness drains on the world. I know this is not something that you would like to hear, but this is my position and I will state it. Now you can hate me for that, but you shouldn't. You should only hate that aspect of me and move on, for I certainly, and I have demonstrated so amply, have lots of aspects that are to be appreciated. So now, my problem with religious people there is religion. One of the arguments why religion is it makes you happy. It gives you happiness, yes. But my opposition is that happiness can never be made if not by means of truth. Like, for example, your body can produce happiness in a biochemical way slowly over time, and so if you use drugs which make you happy instead of like downers or mellow drugs like THC, which is probably less a problem in this regard, if you use heroin, for example, you are downloading happiness from your future. That is exactly the way you should put it. You are downloading happiness from your future. So when you yourself personally arrive in that future, that happiness will already no longer be there because it has been downloaded in the past. And in the same way, I believe that happiness cannot be produced by abuse of the mind. See, abuse of the body can produce happiness, but only in a way that ultimately will cost you. And happiness of the mind, in my personal opinion, which is a very fucking strong opinion, whether you agree or not, is in the mind the same thing applies. You can only produce happiness by legitimate means if you do it by illegitimate means. For example, making yourself believe that the gust in the treetop just now was Jesus waving to you because just in that moment you were thinking of him, so that temporal coincidence was actually an event or something. That is just insanity, even though it makes you happy, I know. Now this will give you some happiness, some dopamine and such, but that's not the way to play. But if people do that, you might say, well, that's only costs them then, yes? But the thing is, if they do that collectively, and religion is inherently a collective thing, because the more people participate, the more happy you will be, particularly also because what you're doing there is an abuse of your mind, and your mind can actually discover this and will decipher it and will ultimately tell you, no, don't do that, and you will be depressed in the process of undoing all those ill structures that had been implemented in your mind. Is this even recording? Thank God it is. Sharing that then with other people that we consider a source for truth, which does make sense, since the ultimate truth is love, and since the ultimate truth that we have to discover happens by discovering what other people like or dislike, therefore discovering our own position of what shall or shall not be, and therefore if we then abuse this mechanism in turn to say, okay, you agree with my ill beliefs, so we're both believing that, so it's not an ill belief, ha ha ha, then thereby adjusting your mind to not fall into the disbelief of that, but instead enforcing your belief. This means that you're collectively insane, and this means that you are now a burden upon the world, and the happiness that you're experiencing, if it doesn't actually seem to cost you, guess whose happiness it is? Someone else's. You are a parasite. Is my position, and I will state it. Now let's move on, because religion wasn't really a thing that I wanted to talk about. Where was I? About finding the answers, coexistence, how that works, age of abstraction, calling things into question. I don't know how I would jumped to religion. But let's just return to the main issue. And that is finding iron. Or volatiles, that's fine also. See, when people bumping into each other, then they are finding truth. Because, I mean, that's a very interesting thing. I believe that I am dealing with the will of other people as far as I can sense it, perceive it, estimate it, hear it spoken in their words and actions. I deal with it as if it is reality. Like there's a door that is closed. For me to be able to get through that door, I have to first open the door. Else I will bump into the door, break my neck, ultimately the door will remain unimpressed and I will not achieve my goal of getting through the door. That is me dealing with reality. Now, when I'm dealing with you and when I'm dealing with people, I'm doing the same. I'm dealing with your will as if it is physical reality. That is what it is to me, because that is love and that is our task to achieve. And I believe I have achieved that. Even though the words that I speak will be grinding your gears, particularly these ones, for they have a lot of load, for they have a lot of truth. But being blown in the face with the hairdryer of truth is a good thing. So keep staring, I would say. Keep your eyes open. Take it. So achieve that very well. But this means, how did I get there? This means that my experience of what should or shouldn't be done in a particular situation is more intense than, in my opinion, most people's experience of what should or shouldn't be done in a particular situation. So when people bump into each other in this regard and notice it and change their course, then this is already a very intense bump to my taste. Anyway, that's, I think, is what's happening. One way that mankind has been deciphering how to coexist properly over the ages was to, of course, just bump into each other. But often this was also meaningfully the deciphering of the situation by means of mind, as evolution intended. And this has certainly been transferred a bit further into the mind, but only a bit, because mankind is still using, now it's less violence of the body, it is also violence of the mind. That is when people lie to themselves, lie to each other, when the news lie to us. They do not only do that, but I mean, if there's someone who has to tell you 24/7 something because that's their business model and it has to turn your heads towards them, else they will not have enough clicks and listeners, how truthful can they fucking be? How truthful can that be when they have to tell you new interesting stuff every 24/7? When on the other hand, I am now telling you something that I came up with at some point in my life, things that I've gathered, and I'm telling you these because I feel so. I mean, arguably, at this point, I'm also telling you things 24/7, I mean, with all the videos I'm recording, but I'm only telling you I'm clicking this, and there's the Harvie, and I'm measuring this stuff. That's different. That's obviously different. But this right now, this is the good news, basically. Anyway, so, the gospel according to some dude with a drill. And drilling that into you. So, by means of mind, but people are abusing their minds individually and collectively to lie to themselves, to lie to the world, because if you tell someone something that is not true and they follow that guidance, just like I follow your guidance when I get the impression that what I'm doing or I'm about to do is wrong in your opinion, then this is a shaping of reality. Because just like we bump into each other and then determine, oh, that was wrong, I shouldn't have done that, or maybe the other guy is wrong, so we have some kind of brawl going on here, whatever. In this way, if you change someone else's trajectory in reality by modulating their mind in untruthful ways, then you're modulating reality itself. And so reality itself is now being polluted with untruth. And this untruth itself takes root. It infests further parts of reality that are being detected by people, interacted with by people, sensed by people who had nothing to do with that part of reality which is now polluted. Of course it cleans itself up over time, but we keep polluting it, or rather, I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing that, I'm striving not to. But ultimately what's happening is that these years mankind is so close to finding the ultimate answer to how to coexist that the questions have become more highly abstract. We are going at it with more high abstraction, so with more fervency. So we're calling all kinds of things into question. Man and woman. We have who is able to make a very responsible, very vast-scale decision at what age? Or countries of borders, the borders of countries, should they exist or not? These are very high-level questions on a very high abstraction level, a very high set, very close to the tip of the pyramid of existence, instead of very low, very dealing with individual instances of stuff from which we could then learn and then view down on them from a higher level, from a higher level abstraction set. Instead, we're dealing with the higher level sets themselves. We're asking these kinds of questions, and idiotically, people are giving preliminary answers instead of realizing this is a high level, so the answer that we find must be correct. So some people just saying, well, there shouldn't be country borders, so let's abolish them. They are fucking idiots. The civilization that allows them to even tell these make these statements, ask these questions, that we are standing on the shoulders of giants that allow us to be where we are, those were made by civilization using the cellular approach, which is to having cities and states and countries. And now we want to abolish that? Are you fucking idiots? Do we want to undo civilization? And yes, that is indeed what is going on there, even though those people would probably not see it so, but people are generally insane. That is my position, and that is why I'm talking these things to you, in hopes to plant some seeds of sanity. Because I deem myself utterly sane. Which seems to be an insane statement from your perspective to make, but only because it's true. And I can machine gun Kelly this shit at you in this way because of the mind that I possess and that I've polished over decades. While I'm drilling this stuff and just feeling like maybe I should get this stuff out there once more. So mankind is asking these questions with a very high abstraction level set. Very high abstraction set level. I need some batteries. And this battery is also soon due. You know, there's a trajectory, us getting closer to the answer. I mean, certainly when we were hitting each other over the head with clubs to get a fuck or to get the meat that the other guy had found and we wanted their possessions, that age is thankfully long gone, at least in parts of the world. And see, parts of the world. Look at this, parts of the world. Some parts still have that. Do you want to open your borders to those parts? Now, this is not me saying Mexico or such a thing. Not at all. I'm talking on high levels here. So I'm saying fundamentally abolishing the concept of country borders, something that gave us the civilization level that we have now, the cellular approach, is completely insane because some areas of the world are civilized and function, some areas do not. Do you want to mix that shit? Are you insane? I mean, see, the civilization that we have is a very fickle thing. We have had it for 100, 100, 200, 300 years maybe, but it's still very fickle. It can be destroyed. That is something that you don't realize, and maybe a part of you thinks, well, whatever, I'm going to be dead in 50 years. Well, if you think so, then I hope that's true, because I believe you don't actually have to die ever, is my fucking position. Yeah, there it is. Because I believe once we have solved the problem of coexistence, then we will also solve the problem of mortality. Because I believe it's utterly a problem of the mind. One that, to go even further, I believe to have solved for myself. But let's move back to topic instead of lingering. Oh, this guy's a cell. If that's important to you but not the rest, then you're a fucking idiot, asshole, piece of shit. So now let's return to the actual topics. The actual topic is, of course, mankind, civilization, and the progress thereof, and the critical state of this that we have reached, where we are tampering with high-level abstraction. For example, when we're thinking about geoengineering, which is also very high level, where we're still trying to figure out whether or not the CO2 stuff is really being so fickle. I mean, many people agree that it is, and I have understood, of course, the concept, and I'm not a doubter, as in, I think that the greenhouse, warming, the climate change is real or not. I'm not doubting that. Climate is changing. I don't know if that is really hazardous or not. I'm not saying it is not. See, that's the thing. When people think about atheism, religious people, when they think about atheism, they would often think that atheism is the position that there is no God. But usually atheism is the position, I don't care. I don't know either way, and you don't have given me reason enough to care. And for the record, I'm a theist. I'm talking about atheism right now because it is useful. is a useful thing to talk about. And that's an absolutely neutral position. And so I personally can take an absolutely neutral position in regards to climate change. I can, because I don't have to walk the streets and carry some kind of sign that says stuff. I can just try to live my life within reason, within the reasonable bounds of that general concept, because maybe it is a problem, but I don't have to believe it, you know? Just, I mean, there's enough studies that say, no, that's actually not a problem. There's enough studies that say, yes, that is a problem. And so I'm not a denier or I'm a confirmer or whatever. I've understood the concept, and let me explain that to those who haven't understood it. CO2 blocks infrared radiation. And like I explained various times in several videos, ultimately all work that can be done in the universe, like transferring stuff from A to B and so forth, for example, thermal differences or one thing bumping into another and therefore invoking impact and therefore creating motion and momentum, that will ultimately decay into heat, because there's always waste heat, and this means that all processes in the world, in the universe, will ultimately decay into heat, into thermal energy. So in this way, also when the sun heats up the ground or irradiates the ground, that will focus rather on heat, and which expresses mostly in the form of infrared radiation. So when the sun comes down here, it goes through the CO2 easily, but the ground will reflect it back mostly in the form of infrared radiation. And CO2 is rather reflective of that, and so the more CO2 we have in our atmosphere, the more the heat that the ground would reflect back into space will actually not escape. See, that's the concept of the heating of the Earth. Oh. How did I get there? I don't know. So let's return to the topic. Yeah, high-level stuff where we're thinking about geoengineering, which is fucking insane if you think about it. I mean, I have no problem with that, with some research going on that front, as long as it's on careful, small scales. But that's the thing, if this careful, small scale, is it then representative? Is it representative? The only way to be sure whether it's representative is to risk it being representative, which is fucking insane. I mean, what if we fuck something up and then we want to fix it with more geoengineering and then it will work? Do you not see the fucking risk that we're taking there? And this is the high level on which we're dealing with the world. Genders or sexuality. I'm not saying that. This is not a statement of me against trans people or the spectrum and stuff. That's not what this is. I'm talking meta, higher level abstraction stuff, intelligent stuff that fucking matters. Okay, not individual cases like look at what that guy did, like some of you might be doing now in my case, which is idiotic. Instead, climb with me to the higher levels and talk there. Let's sit on that table and talk for once about something that matters on a highly intelligent level together. Why the fuck not? I mean, this is not Twitter.
Hydration critical.
So the point that I'm ultimately trying to make is that mankind is dealing on higher and higher level sets with the reality and is tampering with it in a risky fashion, but okay. That's the way it is, and I think that's an indicator of the global development of mankind. And we can assume, like I told in the previous video once more, graph thinking makes sense, where you just have a two-dimensional graph, you plot like 2 points, then you draw a line, a diagonal in this case, for example, regarding this ascending development, and then you wonder how high can this go, and how far to the right, as in temporal, how far does the chart go? Is there some kind of ultimate development? Is there some goal that can be reached? And if you look at this, then you might think, then you might realize that what we're going through might be some kind of, if not even the apocalypse. I need some more space. Do I have some more space? This is full. This is full. Well, I don't need this here. Can use it when there's the need. Oh, that's the direction? Useful. Apocalypse. What does that mean? What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. See, I mean, I have a personal view on that, but I don't want to get into that. I'm trying to talk about concepts that we can mostly agree on, because why else would I talk? This is to have effect, to make you think, to make you possibly become an agent in the system, to gain momentum in a certain direction. I don't know what direction that would be. I'm just planting seeds of insights, of wisdom, of intelligence, of understanding of what's happening. And what's happening with the world, I believe, is that we are indeed heading to some kind of apocalypse. And I think what we are experiencing is the geometric acceleration of the process of answering the question of how coexistence can actually ultimately happen in for real, a final answer. Like, for example, we know ramming a soldering iron up someone's ass and turning it on, that's generally frowned upon, so that's not something you should do. And in comparison, there are some other things that we know are probably right or probably wrong, and we are achieving higher certainty. And in this way, the ultimate answer in regards to how to and how not to coexist will be given. Maybe at some point, and maybe we're geometrically accelerating towards that point. Which will I take, the copper or the gold? Gold is more valuable. Let's see what I can dig up, and then I pick it up, and the mining drill goes into the holder. So my answer to that is something that I went through myself, which is since I mean, I have obviously thought about things, and this happened to me because I tried to refine my mental resolution, information processing resolution, and also I tried to find out what is ultimately truth, intelligence, how should we coexist, and so forth. All of that. I was just curious. I guess we should go for copper then, huh? And in this way, I found out that I cannot find the correct answer to the question of how to coexist correctly, how to treat the other person correctly. The correct answer to the golden rule, in my opinion, is, or the correct representation of the golden rule, in my opinion, is not don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you and such, but instead, where's that copper? But instead it is thy will be done. Like mutual submission. Like, I submit to you. I do. I actually do submit to you. And I think that the only way that for all of us to coexist, where the fuck's that copper, is that we all submit to each other. And that might then be the age, also, then we realize that the true nature of us is God himself. This is now not really relevant to the issue, to the understanding, but this might actually be the truth, that God turned himself into the multitude of selves, and that you are God himself, and that I am God himself, and that everybody is God in person. He is just sharing the existence that he is in this multitude of perspective form to have the ultimate coexistence fun party for eternity, is my interpretation of reality. And if we would have some kind of mutual submission going on, like treating each other as if we were the Lord himself, everybody towards everybody in a completely balanced fashion, what fucking coexistence would that be? I mean, let's assume what I'm saying is completely stupid apart from this concept itself. I mean, let's say that this is not actually the nature of the world. Do you agree that this kind of treatment, though, if balanced, so no one would actually be unfree, no one would actually experience to be submissive, this in a balanced fashion toward each other would lead to the ultimate freedom and to the ultimate highest state of being for everybody? Yes, no? And that, I think, is a curious thing. That, I think, lends merit to the overall concept I'm presenting. But where I'm trying to go here is, well, I can't find the copper, so fuck it. Where I'm trying to go here is, I'm trying to express that I believe that we are indeed experiencing some kind, if not the, apocalypse. And if it is the apocalypse, then the outcome there might be that ultimately we must realize that to implement the golden rule, the only thing we can do is accept with the skepticism that in my case I accept it willingly. In the case of people, they might have mostly have to accept it, I assume, by means of suffering, as we have all throughout history, bumping into each other instead of using our minds, you know, determining the coexistence. That we have to, that we cannot really know the will of the other, or what's right and wrong towards the other. Or maybe it was wrong 10 minutes ago, but if it's right, is it right now? And so if you want to treat the other with the utmost respect, which is what I ultimately do towards everybody and expect everybody to do towards everybody and also towards myself, even though I have gotten used to them not doing so, that this will ultimately fuck itself into our lives, and so we will then experience that we can only say thy will be done toward each other, that there will be no other way, a divine background to the world or not. And this means that there is probably a divine background to the world, because that is interesting, even if it's not phrased in this spunky way. Thy will be done, you know? Okay, with that out of the way, let's smelt some stuff. Or let's look at the potatoes. Oh, what's that? A Harvie alarm is going off. So the Harvie alarm is working, but why? What was the thing? I think we had mature, health. No, this health, mature. No, this is mature. This was the growth state, and if there's no plant, apparently that means -1. This was the mature state, 0 or 1, and apparently if there's no plant, this means -1. Health, well, I guess this is a -1. And this, what is that again? I don't remember. Too bad this doesn't stay at the scroll position. I mean the screen preview. That would be cool if I scroll down and this part would then be on the screen. I would take a screenshot. Maybe it's just something they forgot. So this is growth, mature, efficiency, health, occupied. Growth, mature, efficiency, health, occupied. Growth, mature, efficiency. Efficiency, health, occupied. Efficiency, -1. So what happened here is the potato decayed. And then I don't know what happened then because I wasn't here. I wonder if the potato just vanished or if there was some kind of progress bar which then over mere minutes went away. But we now have a Harvie alarm, not because the plant isn't there, but because the Harvie would like to plant something but can't. Now let's see if that is so. This hand is now empty. This... what was this again? Yeah, whether there's something in there... Wait, is this... What was the fifth one? I mean, what was that again? See, it would be useful. I could just look at the screen right now. Harvie 4 was mode. Right. Mode 0 was idle. 1 was happy. 2 was unhappy. 3 was dead, I think. So that is in there again. Currently there's nothing in the slot, because the rest is over there. And now I will do a smelting run. Hopefully this will not take too long, / too short. Well, and I think this die will be done development can be observed. It's a real thing. It's not a fantasy that I made up like, you went through that, okay, visit your psychiatrist and tell us talking to us. I will talk to you regardless.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
So, I could do that over there, basically, now that we have this nice cooling solution, but I want to stay here because there's the resources in the manufactories. But first, let's deal with the batteries. Mining drill. Not full. Labeler. Not full. Arc welder. Not full. And we are full. And I'm full of myself, obviously. So, let's eat and drink some. And I don't care. I mean, if you collapse towards some kind of belief that you cannot dispel, then that's the belief you shall have. The thing is, my conviction is that most of the beliefs that you are having, you would have the capacity to dispel. And I lament the fact that you're not doing so. Because all that you're believing, if you can dispel it, is the delusion. So let's smelt the shit out of this. Is anything here on? What's with the power level? 77. Okay, we will just build like 4 more wind turbines once the resources are there. Let's plan the smelt then. What will it be? How much iron do we have? I want to make a lot of actual just iron, but we also need more steel. 1 batch of steel, 2 batches of steel, 3 batches of steel. Yeah, I will make 3 steel, which should be 600, I believe. Or 4 even, and the rest shall be iron. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure about that, but iron is easy to be found, and this will then give us quite some iron. How much steel do we still have, though? 140. That's basically nothing. But okay, let's make 3 batches of steel, and the rest shall be iron. Let's turn this on. And this is closed. But the pressure is 0. I don't want to make something special, just a standard smelt. Really? Burn, baby, burn. Oh, it's already getting warm in here? How did that happen? Why did I put a pipe meter down there? It's measuring the same pressure, isn't it? 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5. Okay, it seems to be simultaneous. And why wouldn't it be? This thing is on, okay. 3 batches of steel then. Did I say 2? I make 3.
Temperature high.
So I said that we can observe this that will be done. Development in this day and age, well, there are people who take offense when you speak some words, even the most simple words, and beep, I mean fuck has been beeped out routinely all the time, and I find that completely immature to do. I mean, if someone says fuck too much, just, well, dislike them because you dislike them to say fuck, but censoring the language or beeping that out all the time. I mean, there are people having videos up of comedians like okay, now I can't reach to the names, whatever, doesn't matter. And I mean, Louis C.K. for example, but also Bill Burr, yes. And Bill Burr particularly says fuck quite a few times, and his delivery is just perfect gold. I mean, it's absolute perfect, flawless platinum gold. I mean, this to reach that level, that is really top world-class stand-up comedy, and he knows it, and we know it. And if you don't know it, check out Bill Burr, 8 characters. I mean, that's how you spell the name. This should be 9, I think. 150 times 3 is 450. Did I put in too much iron? I think so. Let's see, what's happening? Oh. I'm a tosser. Let's calculate. It needs to be 3 times what the hydrocarbon is. 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 5 is 1.5, so 4.5. 45. I put in too much iron, so we have to make more steel. Sadly, but okay, that's the way it is then. This is even more steel than I wanted to make. I mean, way more. 1 more of these, then we should have it, I think. This should make the steel. How hot is it? Just hot enough. Fuck my life. Okay. Oxide. No, is it steel or not? Wait. Oh man. Oh god. I did the wrong thing. My god. I put in put in hydrocarbon instead of iron. Wait, we will have enough steel after this one. That's what happens when you have your mind in all places at the same time. So where can we observe that? Because the reach of the individual over the internet has grown larger. Now with that I don't just mean me shitting my words into this video and therefore into your ears and brains, but also the other way that people say, I don't want to hear that, don't say it therefore. Which is indeed something that is a thing in the world and is even enforced, and you know really what I'm speaking of, there's so many examples. So this can be opened, because now we will just be smelting stuff. What's this temperature? Still high enough. Let's do this, which needs a lot of that. This is happening more and more, that people say you can't say that, or this flag that you have there, this can also be interpreted in this way, so you can't use it, and so forth and so on. This is certainly more the case than it was before, and it's happening more and more. You might now say this is unrelated, but I tell you it's not. It's a tendency. It's a tendency of behavior, of how language is actually being legislated. This is happening, man. I mean, how profound is that? Speech legislated. I can understand stuff like, hey, there's a fire, everybody run out of the cinema. You know, the classic example when there's no fire, because then you're obviously doing some real harm. But of course you can scale it, I'm not stupid, okay, you can scale that to smaller scales, where you then have to realize, well, this is also doing real harm, only on a smaller scale. But the thing is, you can scale it down further and further and further and further and further, until when I tell you that it's 5 p.m. when it is 5 p.m. And this then gives you the understanding that it is 5 p.m. when you thought it is only 4 p.m. and therefore then you think that maybe it is time to release some pressure, even though you didn't want to. Then this will push you emotionally. So implicitly it will do some minor harm to you because it feels unpleasant. So you can scale this whole problem down to whatever small scale you so desire, which means that ultimately you can prohibit any and all speech of anything that matters, and guess what? That is what is happening. That's what's happening. And the speech that I'm having in this video, which is on a relatively high abstraction level, so it should be rather harmless, because I'm not saying black is wrong, right is wrong, Chinese is right or wrong, trans is right or wrong. I'm not not saying any of these things. I'm speaking abstract concepts. But this is truth that I'm throwing at you. Higher level truth. Wisdom, and this is therefore impactful if you are willing to swallow it. Particularly if I tell you that it's wisdom, then this implies that I am wise. And yes, I am wise. I'm telling you that because it is a fact that pertains to the issue at hand. And this is something that people take offense with. For example, because it elevates someone over someone else. Dude, I am above you. That's just a fact. Only the thing that I'm saying this means that you experience it verbally. This is emotionally unpleasant. And now let's not go there. That would be too extreme. But anyway, I'm trying to say, what more extreme than this, yes? Dude, I'm an absolute extremist when it comes to thought. I'm the greatest thought criminal there is. If you would know what's in my mind, you would agree that I'm indeed the greatest thought criminal. Anyway, let's return to the topic at hand, which is the impact of truth and how unpleasant it might be to people, and therefore the unwillingness of the people to hear it, and therefore the legislation of speech beyond reason. See, if you go that far, then the outcome necessarily is that all speech will be prohibited except the speech that is ultimately not unpleasant. Oh, it has cooled down too much. And that, of course, is completely insane, because then the legislation of speech itself is the thing that is doing the harm. See, for example, the Challenger catastrophe, where in the... now, let's look that up. Was it the Rogers Commission? I think not. A Challenger report. It was not the Rogers Commission, it was the... Oh, it was the Rogers Commission report, yeah. The Rogers Commission report was written by a presidential commission charged with the investigation of the space shuttle Challenger disaster during its 10th mission, The report released and submitted to President Ronald Reagan and so forth. Now let's see nature. Is the word nature in here? Yes, because the last sentence, I believe, in that report by Richard Feynman was the following. And this is something that you should take to the bank as a metaphor. Please, please, please do so. For a successful technology, reality must take precedence over public relations. for nature cannot be fooled. See, that is when we are talking about, without a metaphor, talking about science. When I'm standing in my station and I don't want to yet vent the furnace because I don't like to do this yet. But that is insane, that thing will explode in my face. The very same thing with general catastrophe, except then it has actual impact. For what I'm doing here is obviously just me having a laugh. But there are also realms. Wait, that's the wrong way around. Where that is damaging in a not so obvious way, and you should use that then as a metaphor to apply it in those situations. You should realize the truth is the only way. Nature told you that when it baked the brain into you. Now you're using it to evade the truth? Are you insane? You're working against your own machinery. Why the fuck would you use your machinery against what you are? This is just insane. Don't do that. Love the truth, even if it hurts like a hot plate, because it only means that your hands were so cold that the lukewarm water feels like it burns your skin. You out of place, not the truth. Never the truth. And when I say never the truth, someone might take that as for quote mining because they read it the other way. I think we're done. What's with the pressure? Pressure is not too high? Will not explode? Okay, this is kind of surprising. Now let's leave all that shit like it is and look at the potato. No alarm yet. Is the potato then being damaged? What's happening? Did I open that too quickly? Probably. Yeah. 22, there's no damage being shown here, so we have some time still. Why am I doing this? It's not... because of the airlock. It's not too hot over here. So, in this way, I mean, nature baked our brain to determine is the lion, which is just behind the tree, indeed behind the tree, or is it gone? That's an example, an easy example that I use. Is it gone or is it still there? That is, you see, if we have these cells, I mean, okay, the way this all came about, how human intelligence and awareness, consciousness itself came about, I have a deep hypothesis about that. Maybe I will talk about that also in this video. But for now, the point is, nature gave you your brain because the rate of survival is higher when you can determine correctly the facts. And the thing is, when we are in this network of people, this social network, basically, where if someone is wrong, but they can buy their fruits from the store because they don't have to know how to plant them. When they're basically idiot flat earthers, because all flat earthers are idiots, period. That's just a fact. So I'm saying it's a fact, it's the truth. See, these people can survive, and I don't object to that. I just wish they would have no impact on the world, because they don't deserve that right. Because the world that they are affecting is the world that they refuse. So it should refuse them. How simple was that? Don't doubt me. Let me speak. So, they are obviously completely off their rockers, and they are not capable of surviving, really. They could not build a society that works, because you might say now maybe they can, but not with high technology. Because then for example, the people who measure how long the street is or how it is curved, even those people have already have to consider that the Earth is a fucking ball, metaphorically. It's not actually a ball. So, see, this is an example of where the fact that we're living in this network of people, the abandonment of truth can be something that doesn't hurt your survival, like it did when nature baked your brain accordingly. But this doesn't mean that you are now free to just abandon the truth. You will just not feel the need not to. Do you not see the importance of the distinction of this? Wait, did I use up all iron? I did. Now we have 360. That is not nothing, but not as much as I hoped. Steel, we appear to have enough now. We have 1.1 such a thing kilograms of steel. And when we legislate language, because someone might feel offended because we are in this apocalyptic state where everybody's emotional reach encompasses the entire world in a way, and we're trying to balance this whole thing out so everybody can be God freely, and we will leave each other in peace and we'll worship each other from the perspective of being on the same fucking level, but valuing the fact that there's someone else just like us, understanding how fucking high we ourselves are, like I do in regards to myself, and thus also regard you this high. Yes, I do. The question is, are you that high as a person or just as a being? That's the fucking difference. And I'm trying to be as a person what I believe to be as a being. The name of the channel explained. But, you know, don't make no mistake. I consider you to be the same thing. That is kind of important here, isn't it? Before you start... Huh? Okay. Lead. One thing led to another. Hey, I have an idea. Whenever this thing is turns off, it should empty itself. That's a cool idea, making this thing even more awesome. But first, let's look at the potato. Save. Get over there. It's not yet taking damage, okay. It will never fruit. What are you, a doomsday sayer? A doomsayer, I mean, oops. Well, there's another thing about people's minds. I believe that we're blinding ourselves if people are willing to go so far to prohibit other people from speaking because they would feel offended by the truth that they may speak or by the falsehoods that they may speak. Obviously, we all agree that the truth is the highest value. We all do, at least when it comes to interactions. Because, I mean, if I would say a thing, then you would ask why. What information do you want then in that moment when you ask why? Do you want to tell me? Do you want me to tell you a tale? Something that feels good? I mean, ultimately, there's some part inside of you that wants me to tell you something that feels good. But there's also another part inside of you that wants me to tell you the truth. And depending on what I'm actually about to tell you, depending on the topic, that's the part that is louder right now. You know, so you can't know in advance which part is louder because you don't know what I'm going to tell you. But in principle, when people say why, they want to know the truth. And when I say the truth is the highest good, and we all agree on that in principle, and then you say, well, are you sure? Then you're again referring to the motherfucking truth, motherfucker. The truth is the highest good, and I believe this simple thing that I just presented, which is childishly simple thinking, because my mind is wired like that. It's just straightforward from A to B, because I have tried to dissolve all the contradictions in my will. So I'm not a cacophony of contradicting wills, but one will that goes in one direction, and there it goes then. So there's a direct connection from A to B. Why shouldn't there be? Because there's not this emotional obstacle in the way that goes any which direction. For example, if someone doesn't want to hear a certain thing and would even go so far as to prohibit someone else's speech because they don't want to hear the truth, then what do you think is their mind like? How much do they not admit to themselves things things that their mind would inevitably wake up to realize? How much do they deny their own minds, their own mental normal functionality? How intentionally insane are those people if they would prohibit your language? I mean, all of that is logical. I mean, depending on what you're exactly hearing in the words I speak, it's of course a matter of scale, where you apply it, but certainly there's a scale that you can find where the concept that I present fits. And that's certainly then the scale that I mean for the frequency that I presented to you. Oh, I guess I harvested these too early. Not a problem, we can just plant them back in like this. Oh! Blah, confused. Not a surprise in this state, right? Anyway. Do I want to do the stacker thing? Let's look at the potatoes again, I don't want to miss that. Again. Currently not. So, can I make the stacker spit out what it has before it turns off? Electrics. Import. Edit. Rather full. Hello. See, and I mean, from this perspective, I threw a few things at you that certainly were probably eye-opening to you if you were actually willing to listen. I have a whole fucking locker here full of that shit. And this probably gave you a whiff of why my perspective that mankind is ultimately, collectively, utterly insane is not hyperbole. I am looking at mankind as a mental patient. I mean that. I mean that mankind is insane, is mentally sick. This is not, I mean, normal is not the wrong term. Normal is a statistical statement. Let's look at the stacker. This is the stacker, I think, and here I'm saying stacker shall be on or not, but I should derive from this statement another, R0, R2, is R1 still free? R1 was used for the other proxy, and then we were using this for the color, so R1 is free, I believe. At least it's not being used down here. 0, 4, 3, 3, 2 and 1, both of them are free, so I can now use this. Let's see how full this is. Enough space. So let's load from the stacker, load badge named slot into R1 from the stacker. Slot, I don't know which one it is. I think it was 2, I'm not sure. Whether it is occupied, and then since it's a batch statement I have to say some. Well, and see, the thing, I mean, it's once again a change of topic, but see, things are being called into question. And when people think about stuff, nature rewards you by means of some dopamine kick. For example, if you think about God, or if you think about the cosmos, both of which could be regarded, whether existent or not in one case, to be all-containing sets, as in, if you think about that, then implicitly you're thinking about everything ever at the same time, at least by extension. Instead of, when I think about I don't know what to type in this program, then I'm not doing that so much. Implicitly, yes, maybe, who knows? That's actually an interesting topic. I have to think about that further. But when it comes to the all-containing set, like the universe, let's say the cosmos contains you and the planets and so forth, and you think, is it infinite or is it not infinite? Does it curve back on itself or not? And these kind of questions. Then you're thinking about everything and the universe. That's fun to think about. Why? Because the universe or the nature is rewarding you for that slight shift and nudge that you're giving your entire information matrix when you're thinking about all the things at once. This is also probably one of the reasons why religion is such a great hobby to have. Good thing I am not religious. I hate religion. I am a theist. There's a difference. Why is this? Oh, dude, I can keep laying out things that you would ultimately still refuse it, even though it is statistically pointing that direction. It is. Anyway, but you know, I don't want to say no to the atheist. When there's a discussion on the internet, then I'm 99% of the cases on the side of the atheist, because they are talking to a religious person about some stupid shit a religious person said. For example, some Christian who says, well, what about the first cause? Yes, the first cause. That would be an argument for a god. Maybe or maybe not. But it would not be an argument for the dude that you believe had been nailed to the cross and is talking to you through the treetop. That is not what that means. Okay? And I would always be on the side of the atheist, because I'm on the side of sanity. I'm on the side of sanity. And so if an atheist says, well, why do not believe that the universe is eternal, instead of adding another layer and saying that God is eternal who created then the universe? I am in the same boat, except my overall perspective of the world leans towards a theistic perspective. But in principle, I absolutely agree with that argument. With that argument in isolation? Yeah, definitely. Where was I going? Theist, atheist, debate, belief, religion. I don't know, I have to let go. Relax, the mind will find it, hopefully. So, writing to a register. No, I'm loading that into register R1. And if that is occupied, then first we want to empty that thing. Or rather, branch equal to 0, relative, 3 lines, I think. If it is not occupied, then we want to skip a few lines. How many, I don't know. And in these few lines, I will tell the stacker to empty itself, which I believe is the activate command. This will empty it, and then I will yield, so it will have
Power low.
had time to do so. 1, 2, 3. And then I will turn it on or off, depending on whatever is meaningful. I don't know if this emptying is actually works when this thing is off. So I will now turn it on. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if that does the trick. It doesn't. Incorrect argument count. Some stupid blunder. 92, 92, 90, 92. Activate 1, obviously. Why would you ask such a thing? So let's toss something in. It doesn't matter what I toss in, really. So let's do this. Okay. So it tosses that automatically. Certainly not my intention, the opposite of what I want. Maybe this is pertaining to whether the code reaches that point in the first place. Is there some branch statement here? Here we have one. What is the potato doing? I mean, this bug will remind ourselves that it,
Pressure critical.
that it exists.
Oxygen critical.
I'm still not taking damage. Potato, you asshole. Save. Yeah, I've lost my track. It was once again a thing about the mind and so forth, but it's gone. So let's talk about something else. First, let's fix this bug real quick. So what's happening here? I'm checking if the thing is occupied, and we see that it does take action. And, oh yeah, I'm just doing that unconditionally. But I shouldn't do that unconditionally. I should only do that when... I should only do that when the thing is off. Yeah, when it is off or should be turned off. So we need yet another branch statement. Branch equal to 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines. So if it's off, then we will just skip. Wait, if it's off, we want to skip? No, that's not right. If it's not equal, then it's no. That was right. If it's off, then we want to skip. If it's on, though, I'm talking myself in a corner apparently. It doesn't toss that out? Maybe it was the wrong way. This is the on statement. Okay, let's make it equal to 0 then. I don't want to decipher that. If it works, it works. So if you toss this in, it should come out now. It doesn't. And if I go here, it will always be excreted. Why? Let's take the excretion statement itself out and see if that still happens, because maybe it's a side effect of some register being overwritten that shouldn't be. Yeah, okay. This shouldn't be coming out there, should it? I mean, this is 500. Why is this coming out? Let's comment out then everything that I've added here. This one and that one and all this stuff. Aha. So there's a stupid bug in there. This, I think, can stay in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I took this one out. Does it work meaningfully? Aha, it tosses that out all the time? Why? Because this is not a thing it can stack, I guess. This also, let's take something else then. Well, I will just reactivate all those lines. So, if the thing is not equal to 0, then we want to skip all this automatic excretion thing, because I'm obviously still busy on the thing. Elsewise, I'm thinking about excreting. So, I'm loading whether the thing is occupied, hopefully, I don't know if this is correct, and if that is equal to 0, so it's not occupied, we jump 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Otherwise, we turn it on, and we activate it and yield, and then do some other stuff. Aha! It seems to have been achieved. So the only error mistake I apparently have made is the first skipping of 6 lines that I've forgotten, and of course I used the wrong material to test with. So back to the potatoes, I guess. Safe. Not yet any damage. I could just add something here that alarms me when there is damage. Maybe I should add a flashing light, though once I'm back I guess we're gonna see that already in action. Because the time should be very close. So what's my perspective on how consciousness then came about? Okay, that I cannot actually answer. For my perspective is that it doesn't come about, it is just taking form. But let's ignore that and go to the question of evolution. Let's look at a one-celled organism that has the capacity to propel itself forwards or backwards, maybe, and that can feed. Of course it can, else it wouldn't exist. It can catalyze materials that are around it into something that itself finds useful, or catalyze, not so much, rather process, but because catalyst means, well, no, the being itself will be the catalyst. Yeah, that makes sense. But it doesn't matter. So, where did I want to go? I wanted to make a flashing light. So let's say that this being, by random mutation, which on this small level can indeed happen easily, relatively easily, when it can have some kind of detector cell, some surface on the skin that is just that reacts chemically to the acidity of the water. And ultimately, if the acidity is high, then this will lead to... oh, what's this? 83%. It's taking damage! Just like I said, when I bring this thing, it's not going to be necessary. Hilarious. So, we can see this is now happening. I wonder, though, what will happen when it reaches 0. What should happen is the Harvie tries to remove it, but I mean, when it has reached 0, will it then be... That's the thing. When this thing reaches 0, as with a growth state of 0, I guess it will just vanish. If this, though, would already be a plant, which we can make it be, by means of adding some water, I guess, but then how do we kill the plant? By means of no light. So let's, well, just add water. Aha, now the plant has grown a bit. Because there's a hint of water in there, but probably not enough. Can we see? Is the progress bar moving? Let's see. I'm getting close to the screen. It seems to be stable. An abhorrent situation. Well then, I guess we have to take wait for it to take light damage. Where's the green thingy that I had? Alright, that's over here. Wrong. Growth efficiency low, and so forth. Light deficient, that's good, because I want the fucking plant to die. So illumination stress should be going up because there's a reason for it to go up. If this is red or that is red, that's a reason for it to go up, whether it's light or dark. If it reaches a high enough level, then I guess the plant will ultimately take damage. As also reported here in the Stationpedia. Time until darkness damage. Darkness tolerance. Light tolerance. Time until light damage 1 hour? Fuck. I'm not gonna wait for that. Fuck that, man. A little problem. I cannot turn the power off, but I can remove some cables. So there's this being, which has this, would be killed by 2 acidic water, but there's a part of its skin that for some reason has made a connection to its decision circuit whether to move forward or backward. However, that so far worked. I mean, maybe, for example, if the being chemically detects, or maybe that's not a detection thing on that level, maybe it's just something that just happens. I have to turn off the cooling thing. Where's the power? Up there. And over yonder. Temperature 27, 26, still getting colder. So the being would be hungry because chemically it needs that stuff, and let me tell you, I have not experienced it myself, but I can understand, at least conceptually. Dude, if you are really hungry, like starving to death, truthfully starving to death, that is nature personally standing there and torturing you. That is the universe torturing you. That is absolute fucking torture. Because then you, the chemical machine, are dying from a chemical reason all over the place. That is bad shit to happen. So hunger is fucking bad, man. Anyway, where did I want to go? Get some more oxygen. Pressure, 12 megapascal. Should be okay.
Airtight critical.
5 megapascals, bit more please. So this being can now connect whether there is acidic water to its decision making, whether it swims forward or backward or doesn't swim at all.
Low pressure. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
So what would be the right decision then? It depends. It depends on the situation, because so far there's not much to go by. But see, if nature goes that far with this randomization and production, then certainly a decision system can come about there. And I mean with decision system, not a brain, but a configuration. Like a bird bred over many, many evolutionary steps doesn't have, I mean, some have higher intelligence, but many do not. They have rather this reptilian brain, I think. Or is it reptilian? I think so. Well, we have that too, what am I saying? Or don't we? Okay, maybe I'm just... It doesn't matter. Anyway, where certain configurations emerge that are hardwired. It's not the brain thinking about stuff, making decisions. What's that? That was growth state, which is run now. That is whether mature. That was efficiency. Yeah, the efficiency is going down. Aha, the efficiency is going down. Is this thing taking damage? Not yet? Dude, it's fucking hot in here. Or does the tooltip not encompass all the factors? I would assume it does. Aha, it does. Atmosphere is too hot. Now it's in the process of dying, and then we will observe what the Harvie does. And once it's dead, I don't know what we will see. When the plant is mature and is dead, then it will just be kind of brown-gray. But if a plant is not yet mature, will that also happen? I might have to wait until it is mature for me to be able to make the experiment. The water is too hot. Funny. Well, there's so little water in there, no wonder it heats up so quickly. So now, various configurations of this being randomly emerge. One that is actually beneficial to the being's survival. So now we have a sensor that will tell the being there's acidic water, so rather move backwards.
Waste tank caution.
I mean, the being was, well, let's maybe say the being was moving forward, and now the acidity is increasing, and this tells the being, stop moving forward. And this can then statistically lead, at least statistically, we are talking millions and millions and millions of instances vertically and horizontally in a 3D space across all the oceans of the Earth over millions of years. If that's not enough for evolution, then I don't know. And if someone believes that in macroevolution doesn't happen, this kind of bullshit, hello dude. If you believe in microevolution, then you have to justify why you do not believe in macroevolution. Oh, now it's sad. It was happy before. Because enough microevolution leads to macroevolution if you cannot describe a mechanism that prevents that. If you cannot describe a mechanism that prevents that, then you must believe in macroevolution, which is of course a superfluous term, but I mean, of course we're talking with those people, so that makes sense. So, back on topic, if the being now has this ability to realize there's acidic water, so I stop my propelling forward, which in some instances of this being and situation will increase the survivability and thus to the propagation, then we now have effectively a decision system based upon a sensor. Now, what if this decision making, this wiring of the sensor to the decision to not swim forward can be more complex? What if it can also be the decision to not accelerate forward? I mean, after all, what if the being makes the decision to swim forward and then acidity is detected? And so the decision to stop swimming forward might be right. But what if there is acidity and the decision to swim forward would resolve that problem? That is also a possibility. When it is not swimming at all, then acidity arises, and then the being decides, you know what, let's swim forward because it might be better. So this could lead then to further probability of survival improvement. Now we have a relatively complex decision system already. Now, what if this decision wiring within itself is also cross-wired? So basically one chemical connection looks at another chemical connection by means of chemical reactions. So this thing is basically now self-reflecting. It's reflecting, should I make the decision to swim forward right now or not? Should I not make the decision to swim forward or not? Do you see where this is heading? If we stack that up 1 trillion billion times, then we have human beings who are looking at themselves, making decisions and thinking about the process. So, when does consciousness emerge? It doesn't. Self-reflection emerges. We are living in a theistic cosmos, is my conclusion of that. But anyway, that is how I think that intelligence ultimately emerges.
Power critical.
It is wiring that complexifies itself because it's evolutionary beneficial, and at some point then we reach emergence steps where this rewiring itself becomes dynamic. It is looking at itself, making rewiring decisions because they seem beneficial, and then we are arriving at the human being, which can rewire itself arbitrarily. For example, to believe that the world is flat. Oh, that what I'm perceiving there is contradictory to that. Well, let's just introduce a reinterpretation of that thing in a different direction, driving myself insane further and further because I just want to believe that the Earth is flat for whatever stupid reason. There are 1 trillion reasons for not to believe that the Earth is not flat. I will not even start, man. It's just ridiculous. The only winning move is not to play. By the way, I believe also something, now this is a bit far out there, but I mean, I'm out there anyway, so why not keep talking? I believe that the mind has a direct influence,
Wavetank critical.
direct influence on the world. In which way?
Temperature high.
Well, I believe that if you observe something that is really, that is wrong, and then, I mean, I'm not talking rape or something, where someone who observes that should of course intervene, no questions. That is one of those answers that we have found that we no longer have to ponder. This is not something that we have to still worry about whether what the coexistence shall or shall not be like. That answer has been found. Because why? We can fundamentally determine this is probably physical suffering, but more importantly, it is certainly going against the person's will. And doesn't that insinuate also that the opposite of that will be done, might be the correct answer to the overall question of how to coexist? It's not taking further damage. Why the fuck not? Is it taking damage or not? Yes, it's going down, slowly going down. Too slow for my taste, but it's happening. Is this thing still heating things up? I think so. I don't want to heat the room to heat up so much so that this will close again and such. I will just abuse this mechanism for this purpose to pump out some of the hot stuff carefully, so that the room will not heat much more, because the plant is certainly suffering enough. Maybe I was a bit too fast with that being. Well, I mean, if the circuitry of the being that randomly emerges, I mean, the thing is, you have to once again think abstraction. Nature also abstracts in the following way, that once a circuit has been invented as in randomly generated and exists now, would be perpetuated, procreated, the circuitry is there to recreate that the next time the being emerges. Then to turn one such instance into two is not a hard step. And then once we have two, how will they be wired up? This way or that way? So now we have the chance that there could be a wiring of this internal self-reflection perception basically in this way or that way. And so we have an ever complexifying intelligence machine, though that is not dynamic. It is hardwired. But this too can become dynamic if it complexifies enough. And that's interesting to realize this complexification of why is it even? What is that? Maybe it's the instantiation of a cosmic flow. I mean, the cosmic flow is happening in all places at the same time, you could say. I mean, if there's an asteroid drifting, that's just a fucking asteroid, but the being is a localized phenomenon. That is a localized reactional self-reflection thing, while the interaction of the asteroid by means of impact or gravitation and such is not localized, it's just part of the universal flow, but the being is a localized thing that tries to stay localized and tries to perpetuate itself. So in a way it's a local instance of this whole flow that tries to stay. Maybe it's a local instance of the universe in a way, or it's a perspective of the universe. And if you look considering senses, then certainly that's what we are. We are eyes that are living in the cosmos looking at the world. But what are we really, if not the universe itself looking at itself? I mean, are you your fingers? If I take them away, you would object, certainly, particularly by the process of doing so. But ultimately, you would still be you. You wouldn't be yourself without your brain. And I mean, there's some things that are more remote to being you. Close to you, that's your hair, your face, and yeah, the genitals also. But I mean, I'm talking not closeness as in meters, but in meaning. But some things are further out, and I mean the fact that we're walking in this ocean in which we are submerged on the ground, that we're walking here on Earth, that is really, I mean, we're living in an ocean, except that ocean is made of gas and is transparent. But isn't everything still connected? It is. Is this not the body of the universe that we are a part of? Is not my body the cosmos? Is not your body the cosmos in a way? And we just managed to move around? like we are individual hands and arms and eyes that moving as part of the body. It's not really a productive thing to think about, I suspect, but when one wonders what the nature of the cosmos is, then it might be helpful. You know, the one dude that became many? That's my perspective. Okay, health is 5%. That's a good thing, because I want this plant dead. Dead, I tell you. The big moment. Will the plant just vanish? Or will it just die? Fuck. It wants to replant, it can't. That's the alarm. But there was I'm not reacting yet to whether there's something in the plant slot. But I do know that there can be such a thing as a mature plant that can die. I've seen those. So I believe the way I programmed this. Let me shut up this stupid program of mine. Yeah, I'm outside the bounds of my schedule. It's not wrong the way it's written, except I have to consider also the fact that maybe this slot might just be empty instead of dead. And I will do this now, and then I think I will stop the video because it has been long enough. And I've talked about enough crazy shit. That's crazy talk. Crazy interesting, I find. I mean, what's more interesting but existence itself and our participation in it, and our own lives? That's why we like these simulation games so much, don't we? Because they refocus our perspective on just that, and then we return to our everyday life and we forgot what we just learned. Isn't that sad? Instead of applying it, look at the situation that you're in. I mean, it's like what Louis C.K. said. People on a plane, you know, you're sitting in a chair in the sky. Was it Louis C.K.? I think so. Also one of the absolute comedy gods. No, I take offense. Well, then have less fun as I do. Do that. I have more fun than you do, I can promise you that. Because I'm more tolerant. And with tolerant, I don't mean I accept people when they're doing... I mean, if someone, once again, I mean, like in this house where I'm living in, somehow everybody ignores the big rectangle on the ground that no one knows what it's good for. It's for your fucking shoes. Use it. Somehow everybody ignores that. What I do when I come in, I step on it a few times, you know, to wipe the shoes, you know, not just down, but across. And then I actually stand and turn over my shoe with my leg and look if I stepped into something because I don't want to carry something inside. Which has happened once, and that was years ago, and it wasn't much, but still I learned my lesson, and so eternally I do that. Until there are no dogs anymore, which is not an outlook that I have. Now, so where is that? See, that's the thing. They are not reflecting on what they're doing. Why are they not doing that? Why are they not aware? Why are they not trying to live the best life? And living the best life doesn't mean you get all the fruits, you get all the money, you get all the girls or boys or whatever. It means you get the best self, and then you use it in the best way. That is what it means to lead the best life. So do that. Or be inferior. So, the Harvie is busy. And then we check if the slot is occupied. Not equal to 0, something is planted. If equal to 0, we continue here. We check if the Harvie is occupied and we tell it to plant something. If that doesn't work, then we say alarm and jump back to start. Else we plant something and jump back to start. So something is planted. Interesting. Wait, didn't the Harvie just try to remove the plant? How did it do that when it detected correctly that there was nothing planted there? I will have to review the video. I hope the LEDs were actually on screen at that moment when the plant died. Did the LEDs immediately reflect that there was no longer a plant, or did they claim that there was a plant in some weird state? My assumption is that they claimed that there was not a plant, but why then would the Harvie try to harvest the plant? Or was that its attempt to plant something? It wouldn't have done that since it detects it doesn't have anything to plant. So that must have been the attempt to harvest. So when the health is 0, maybe what happened really was a race condition. Maybe what happened is it detected the health was 0 and then the plant vanished, but the plant wasn't yet gone in the moment that this was detected. Maybe that was just a race condition. How can we do this then? Well, simple. I will just go here and detect once again. I will yield. Wait, what is this? Hydroponic health. BNS. I'm loading the health of the thing, and then I'm making the decision. If it's greater than 0, then the plant is healthy. Else we will just kill the plant because it is plant is dead or absent. Now I want to find out if the plant is absent. So I yield because that might actually be necessary to find out that the plant has died. So load badge name slot into R0 if it's occupied. And then I can basically write to the harvest command this, but I don't trust it. I mean, this is an action command and not a door being open or being closed. So I will just jump over this then, or rather jump back to RA. Branch if equal to 0, R0, RA. So what we're doing is, something is planted. Load the health of the plant. If the plant is healthy, greater than 0, then the plant is healthy. And we jump back to main. Here, of course, we want to later check if ready for harvest. But otherwise, we are yielding, and then we are loading whether the slot is occupied. And if that is equal to 0, we just jump to RA, because why try to harvest? Otherwise, we try to harvest, which makes the slot free again from the died mature plant, if there is such a thing, which I believe there is. By observation. Export. Right, so let's toss another potato in there, because I think it's hot in here. Or is it me? Zip. Not me, okay. Is not growing and will never fruit. I will toss down some more ice in hopes that it will not be too hot. Maybe it can really not do anything when it's so fucking hot in here. Huh. That could have been more efficient. So there's water in there, I assume. No, yes, there is. It's not boiling temperature after all. Let's just wire up this one. It should be enough to do the damage that we needed to do. 78. $77. Wait, is it not running? Is this necessary?
Waste tank caution.
Wait, what's happening? Where did I just write that code? Climate. Oh, I just wrote the code to climate. Why did I write the fucking code to climate? Anyway, I don't know why that happened. Ah, because I cut a cable, so this dude was confused. So let's write that again to the Harvies. And then I will just quickly go to the world XML file that I have of this save game. And, the world XML. And then we look for Harvie. Or rather for POW vent. Aha, there it is. And I will copy the source code. and paste it for the climate thing. It seems to be working. On both fronts. Fine. Cooling down. As soon as the plant shows that it grows, I will cut that again. Water is too hot still. It's getting rather late, isn't it? But maybe this experiment can still fit. What is the goal of the experiment? I want to find out the very same thing we did before, by means of overheating, then the plant will die. Will the harvest try to harvest it, or will the Harvie stay the fuck calm? You know? That's the question. Aha, okay. Savage. Hey, double click here, nothing happens. Wait, what's happening? Double click, nothing's happening? Oh, the double click has died. That can happen. Not good. Is it faulty double click logic implementation or what is it? Growing poorly? It's growing? Dude, I object. How much fuel do we still have? What was the clickety-click thing? Well, it was refueling the fuel, because that's its task. We have still that 30 megapascals that were to be achieved, and how much do we have left? 99.7. That hot? Oh man. Aha. Not good at this moment. Yeah, I was heating up too much.
Critical.
Okay.
Temperature high.
It's riding the edge, man. So, temperature is 69 degrees, plant is taking damage like it's supposed to. Now let's observe closely what will happen. Wait a minute, is the logic somehow offline or something? Oh, but these are still on, and they are measuring this thing. The health is going down. 86%. Alright, the efficiency is 0, the health is going down, all of this is real. Let's look again what these values mean. Climate? No, we want the Harvies. Import. I don't care about the Harvie right now, only about the plant. Growth, mature, efficiency, health, occupied. Growth, mature, efficiency, growth, mature, both of those we can ignore. Efficiency, health, occupied. So basically, I I'm waiting now for the plant to die, and I wonder if you will see that it will not be occupied. I mean, we should. Or what the timing of that will be. Yeah, it's almost invisible, we can see it. Will take some time, it appears. 78 degrees, hot enough. I mean, this game, okay, different topic. In shooter games, for example, in Doom 3, I love to crouch. I don't know, can you crouch in Doom 3? I don't think so. Maybe the example was bad. But I like to walk slowly, because crouching means then you move more slowly, and then reality has more time to manifest itself by means of information and emotion in my head. If you run through something, where's the next cover, where's the next health kit, there's someone I have to shoot, I have to evade. This will distill down reality into these kinds of facts. And of course you're still seeing it around you, but the depth to which you could experience it, feel it, is certainly not there. You're distilling it down to these key facts because that is what you're focusing on. But if you're moving slowly, then you can experience this designed reality. You can enjoy the tree in Skyrim. You can, I mean, at the beginning, when anyone starts playing Skyrim, this mind-blowingly beautiful music of that game, also the title music of Oblivion, and the beauty of this world, you're walking around in there, and it's almost tear-jerking. It's awesome, but then soon you focus on the things that you've picked up, and you have to sell, and your level, and the enemy that you fight, or the quest that carries you from A to B, and all of that is lost, isn't it? I mean, the initial fun is gone. What's the reason? Is it because you have gotten used to it, or is it because you have focused on some other interest? Ars Vivendi. Die Kunst zu leben, the art of living. Yeah, the thing I wanted to say, I believe that mind can affect a reality directly, and I believe that, let's say there's a situation, not rape, because we know what to do then, but there's a situation that seems wrong, and we feel like we should intervene because it's wrong, but are we sure? This guy, for example, who
Hydration critical.
pushed through the queue at the bus stop. I don't know if that makes sense. Is there even a queue there? If the bus is very full, then yes. But in principle, if someone does that or pushes, just skips the queue to the teller, and the teller lets them, should you object to that? Normally you should, because it's normally wrong, but there are occurrences where that is not. I mean, think of some outlandish films where someone is in a what's the term? Let's say the film The Call. I believe someone is abducted. They're on some kind of attic, and they're bound to something, but they manage to make a phone call by means of some device that will otherwise fall apart or something, some wires, and this is the one call they have. The call must not go dead. But the guy whom they have called, I think it's William H. Macy, someone whom we all enjoy on screen, I believe, his cell phone will eventually die, so at some point he has to get some charger. I think that was in the film, and well, since the urgency warrants it, he is rather intense about this demand, and this is something that could occur in other situations in your life, of course not under these ridiculous circumstances, but in principle I'm saying, and this is again me referring to my skepticism, I know that I don't know what the actual situations that I'm dealing with. So when someone steps up to me in the forum, or just pipes up in the forum and says something, and I wonder what the fuck do I want, then often enough they don't deliver enough context for my taste, because there could be still this, or there could be a plot twist, or that question is open, so often I don't know what they mean. And in this way, in such a situation, you might not know what is the right step. And I think maybe what you have to do is you have to be intellectually honest. That is what nature then wants, and somehow magically intervenes. Maybe not immediately in that situation, but ultimately I believe there's such a kind of force. Or let's say this, the Buddhistic perspective. I believe, I mean, it's kind of Buddhist related. I don't really care about that stuff, but in principle, if you manage to not do a thing, even though you feel the strongest urge to do it, that might really be the most important ever, or might be on the highest level of moments when not to do a thing. When the urge to do it is so strong. That might then be when you should really not do it. So let's just look at the plant. what is happening. Back there we see the 1 on top of the screen. And what is happening? Aha. This dude was this dude saying, I don't know what. So I believe what we just had indeed earlier was a race condition. It was reaching health 0, this dude was reacting, but now it is saying, wait a moment, let's take another look. And that's what's happening. Now it takes another look, if I didn't make a programming error, this is also a possibility. And then it will rip that out, that dead plant, but there's no dead plant yet, so it doesn't do that. So we have achieved this perfection of activity of this thing. Now it would replant. And it should also harvest. What we need now is a plant that actually reaches maturity, and therefore we need to reach some kind of electrification of devices. Ah. And we would need a plant light. I didn't think of that. Well, let's get one then. Double-clicking is dead now. Wonder if a reload of the save game would solve it, or if I need a reboot of the rocket station.exe. Well, let's just say this. Maybe the goal that we I mean, okay, it's a bit tricky. I mean, seriously, I can't help but always stretch then in these moments my mind to kind of cosmic perspectives, where it is ultimately a tendency of the universe that's happening there, and not just some local phenomenon that we happen to experience and judge. But anyway, so the goal of us as the people is to act optimally, and therefore to avoid acting wrongly. I think we can roughly agree on that. So let's say if you would intervene in such a state, if you would, for example, I mean, if we watch that film, The Call, and then we're fevering with that guy, yeah, stay on the phone and so forth, and then there's someone who said, no, you asshole, you will not cut the line. No, you will not cut the line. And then he grabs him and actually punches him out. And he's unconscious and wakes up again, and the call has dropped and the witness is dead, and that doesn't make for a good Hollywood film. But on the other hand, I think Hollywood is making the mistake of giving us the knowledge of what will happen by means of what will probably happen, right? Because guess what's gonna happen? Anyway, but still, you will fucking hate that guy. No, you fucking asshole. I mean, something like that. When you watch the film. Because you have this bird's eye perspective on what's really going on. In reality, you don't have that, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't intervene when it is applicable. It's a tricky thing to judge. But if your mind, like mine for example, has, polished its skepticism to the degree that you cannot know really if that was a wrong thing, then in that situation, you might not object to the guy skipping the line and getting the fucking phone charger. Which in this situation then would have been the right move. So in this case you could have acted in a terribly, terribly wrong way. What is it that I needed back there? A grow light. But maybe you didn't, or maybe you did. And since if you would have been certain that you cannot be certain, then you would not have acted in this way. But sometimes it's very, very hard not to act, even though it would be the right thing to do. For example, let's take another circumstance, one that is not one of skepticism, but of this stupid, Hitler herd mentality that is still the fucking norm. You know, when enough people come together and have an opinion, that is the truth then, and those who object are the evil ones. So don't you even dare to not participate. That shit's still happening. So I mean, what Hitler did was bad, no doubt, but what he did was not in a vacuum, and that shit, in the environment in which he did that, isn't gone. It's not. And that environment is made of people. I'm talking to you here. I need a wall here? I can just use one of the ones that I have. Temperature is already fine by means of super cooling. Kit wall. I have the glass? Yes, I tossed that stuff down here, didn't I? Yeah, whatever. Or here? Through that thing? Is that... Well, that's actually... okay. I mean, the simulation accepts that, so they can even build your things meaningfully. Grow light. Where art thou? Okay, let's take another potato since we still have some. So is the water too hot still? It's thriving towards fruiting. Let's
Power low.
see how much water is in there, because maybe I have to toss down some more of that. Half a liter. I think it should be like 2 or 3 liters. To be safe, I mean. For optimal growth. So let's toss down the rest then. Well, and then it's rather hard not to join the crowd, or maybe it's, I mean, maybe it's not hard not to do that, it depends on circumstances, but it would certainly be hard to speak out in the opposite direction. You know that what the mechanism around you is. They will just stomp all over you, that will just be an additional victim that you think might not be necessary, but, you know, that's the thing. What's happening there, really? But, okay, let's return to topic. The topic being that I believe that there's probably, in my opinion, some kind of influence of minds directly on the world, which is also why I believe that stage fright is not something that only emerges in the mind as some kind of psychological event, but is actually you experiencing the probabilistic situation to which you're exposed on stage by all the judgment of the people around you, which will in turn feedback to you and your behavior, how you will do that thing, and so forth, how successful you might then be. That is... that's a crossroads. You are at a crossroads and you don't know what's going to happen. And that intensity, you're aware of that. But is this really just a psychological thing? Or is it also the sensing of something that's actually happening? And my belief, actually I believe to can say experience by, see, I'm also a writer, and I have made it my method to, an author, I mean, goddammit, I always confuse the two. My method is to half of my method that's not so important right now is to simulate the moment, which is interesting. The method that they have chosen for this game, take what is, see what emerges. You know, that is also what I do. Of course, somewhat guided, but in principle, if the situation calls for X, then X will have to happen. Or you know, I'm not Hollywooding it. I'm not forcing it. If that's the way it has to be, then that's the way it is. And if that turns out less dramatically, then so be it. And if that turns out more dramatically, even the better. Then there have been beautiful epiphany moments, I tell you. Anyway, and another half of that method is. The method is as follows: I publish my work as I write it, and I don't wait until it is completed. So it is on the web for people to possibly encounter, and if they encounter it, then see at this moment when I publish it like that on some stupid website that no one might ever find, but that is out there, the probability that someone finds that is suddenly no longer zero. That's like when you have a volume slider and you adjust the volume by multiplying with the value of the slider from 0 to 1. You're multiplying the volume you're multiplying your sound sample with that, and if you have 0.11 0.00001, that's still an infinite difference from 0, because either you hear something or you don't, depending on the equipment attached. I mean, on the HiFi equipment, how loud it is. So with this in mind, the probability that someone could encounter this text becomes non-zero. And if I am super sensitive to whether someone I'm actually interfering with someone else's will, then who knows how much that is really just a matter of understanding of the immediate situation, or whether there's actually something in the background that can also be going on, some kind of empathy mechanism that we all possess and that can ultimately be uncovered if the cacophony is silenced sufficiently. or rather, if your determination of what's right and what's wrong is close enough to what's actually right and wrong, so that you can kind of tune into that sound if it exists. I'm not sure. So my hypothesis is, and I believe I've experienced this sometimes, that when I put it out there like this, then I will kind of feel the collective feedback of the people, what their opinion would be of what I have written there, and then I can adapt that somewhat. Like when you're discovering the typo of something that you send in your that you type in your tweet, just when you fucking send it, just then. Why then? Why not before? Why haven't you seen that before? Maybe there is a mechanism like that exists. And if so, then it might be very important to apply skepticism correctly in a situation when you can't be sure if an action that you're about to perform might be actually a problem, then you should rather not do it. And exactly when it is hardest not to do it, then it might be most important not to do it, because when it is hardest not to do it, then your act of overcoming that regardless of not doing it, this might then you casting a spell, a magic spell at the cosmos. No, I don't do it, you do it, universe. I don't know any better, you do it in my stead. You will make the wiser decision. And then the universe acts on your behalf. Maybe that's why it's sometimes so hard not to do it. That is also a belief I have. I'm not deeply convinced of it, but I suspect it. And you might think that I'm a complete idiot, but clearly I'm not. I might just might just be mistaken on some fronts, obviously. But also, it would be a mistake not to investigate these issues, because maybe there are actual motherfucking issues. And how will I do that? Wait for science to do it? Seriously? See, the problem is, ultimately what I'm assuming there is Newton's third law of motion applying to the realm of the mind. What am I talking about? Third law of motion. You have an object drifting inertly in space. Let's say it has zero motion. We can say that easily since it's drifting inertly. Reference frames are arbitrary, you know? So from the perspective of the object, no matter how fast it might be, it is standing still. Which also means that it can, if it would have a rocket drive, could now accelerate. It could always accelerate, as long as it has fuel. See, there is no maximum speed. There is none, because that's logically contradictory to the fact that all reference frames are equal. If you're drifting inertly in space, but you have accelerated before, then you're now fast, right? No, you have zero speed. If you so wish it, you can define it. Depends on your reference frame. And since you can keep accelerating, you can reach infinite speed. But since you cannot ever be as fast as light, something else must happen. Space and time must change, and so they do. Space grows shorter in the direction of your flight, and time elongates. For you, it is slower. So when you have arrived there, millions of years have passed, even though your perspective was that you have traversed a short distance and also in a short time. It's really that simple. You just have to look at the light being a constant that can never be, and so forth, blah, blah, blah. So, reference frames, rocket drive, perspective, nudging, Newton's third law of motion. Yeah, browsing back the stack. That's a skill one should possess, and I'm glad that I've kind of attained it. Not much, but I keep training, and it's kind of working. So if you nudge that object now it starts drifting in that direction. But you will have felt that, and you will have felt that to an equal degree. The amount of force that is now that the object is now imbued with, and so it drifts through space in that direction relative to your perspective. I mean, that is the force that you have felt when you nudged it. And in this way, I believe that there is such a thing in regards to the mind, to the human mind, possibly also to the cow mind, but who gives a fuck as long as the cow is not suffering. In regards to reality, which manifests, for example, in the form of stage fright, or when someone believes they have something terribly important to say, that when they then logically, by means of logic, elevate themselves to the position, yeah, then fucking say it. It's good for the world, just say it. Then somehow the circumstances will disagree. The people will disagree. You will misspeak. You will sound stupid. They will hate you. Whatever kind of rejection will occur, because you are trying to leverage the flow of reality by means of force, and it doesn't like that. You can only flow with it, but you cannot force it. And this is also why I believe that, for example, Martin Luther King, or the other events in history were a matter of the flow agreeing, like now it's time to just stop that shit. And so when the guy piped up, was he killed? I think he was killed. Actually, it's horrible that I don't know that yet. But anyway, the point is, he was the right guy at the right time. If he would have been the right guy at the wrong time, then guess what? He would have been been a tree pendulum, you know. So the Newton's third law. Imagine if Newton's third law would also apply to a human's mind in relation to reality somehow. I'm not saying that we can will reality to move as in telekinesis. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. And this will possibly or probably ever be impossible. But let's not go in that direction. But what I mean is that there would be some kind of meaningful influence, some kind of meaningful connection. Influence, actual mutual nudging, not just you, the universe, but also the universe, you back. Then, for example, maybe someone comes up with some super intelligent and wise shit, or some invention, but they will never get it out. Or they have hair loss, or they get cancer. The world is just not ready for you to change it like that. That is the thing that might have happened over history, and even because of this relationship, if it so exists. But the most important thing that I'm trying to get at for the last 5 minutes is the following. If Newton's third law of motion indeed applies to the human mind in relationship to reality, then this would be kind of the last thing that we ever detect. So science wouldn't be the first one to detect it, for sure. A human would detect it. Maybe I did. Anyway, why would it be so important? Well, because it would mean that we have a very, very special place in the cosmos. Maybe it even necessarily, if you think about it enough, I don't know if it does, but maybe it necessarily implies a theistic cosmos. Or a cosmos that is kind of full of consciousness, or a consciousness construct. Maybe that's what it would imply. And this then in turn would, for example, mean, this would possibly lend itself to some kind of scientific theism, which in turn might then yield the result that I have come to, which is that the cosmos is heaven in the making. That we're participating and witnessing in the process, and some lucky ones of us today maybe even might enter that new age, and then no more death and shit. You know, that's what I believe in. Well, that's kind of an optimistic perspective, isn't it? That's the kind of guy I am. So, and it's also, this informs my actions, and now maybe it's a delusional perspective that's completely not true, but the actions informed by this perspective are unconditionally good. There's nothing wrong about that but information processing, possibly in some fronts. Because if the perspective is untrue, but it has some gravitas, but that doesn't let go of my mind, then I will never see the truth. Same goes for the religious people. If this would turn out to be the truth, could we discover it despite the religious people not wanting us to? I mean, if 4 billion people, Christians and Muslims, would suddenly be proved to them that the universe is heaven in the making, because we could by statistical means, or also by discovering this new third law of motion relationship, discover that maybe... Dude, turn off. Why is this on? I clicked too often? Okay. Would discover that this is possibly so, maybe then this would mean that their theism would have been disproved. Because because Christians and Muslims both believe that all of us will have to die. That's the only way to ever enter heaven. Heaven cannot be the universe. So if it would be discovered that the universe is maybe heaven, they would all object to that discovery. And so maybe by means of Newton's third law of motion, the minds afflicting reality, reality afflicting the minds, they are the collective will that we do not discover the truth of reality. And they have an effective say on that. Maybe that is actually so. Not just by someone throwing a bomb into some scientist's apartment once they have made a publication on that front or something. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you, someone feeling that insanity should be rather the shape that the world shall have. And so it is. Right? I said I'm rather radical, but you haven't heard the half of it. Not that I'm going to tell you everything. It would be unwise. Wouldn't be wise. So growth efficiency is fine. We can see here the state is 1. It will soon switch to 2, I believe. What's with the atmosphere? Is it fine? Good pressure, good temperature. Perfect, basically. Why is there's the water here? Oh, it's decreasing. Because it's such a large room. That might be just the one reason. Or this volume here isn't large enough. Wait. 40 liters capacity. No, it's still in the air, it's just so slow. I think, I mean, the things that I presented, many people will disagree with these ideas that I just presented, but some people might not disagree with them. I'm not saying that they agree. Oh, that's the music? Okay. Thought there was a storm. But if they don't disagree, then I believe they will agree that they have found here some interesting food for thought. Which is not just, oh, with this hand, it cannot touch anything, it can touch anything but itself. That's not the level of stuff this is. This is stuff weaved directly into our everyday experience, into how the cosmos is constructed from what we can tell, and into the past and present and future of mankind, into the fate of us, personally, and of mankind. This is highly interesting shit, dude, isn't it? More on that later, I guess. So it is rather late, I don't want to fuck up my schedule too much, and the plant, it will take some time. I will now stop this video, in hope that it can upload it. And that's it then for today.